7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. And if you want to call in and talk it over with us, and Doug, historically, Wednesdays after tie all-star games with home run derbies to decide the winners, we have taken phone calls. So that's kind of something that we've done on this show. 314-974-0101. What was your favorite at bat in the home run derby?
Swing off?
Swing.
I guess Schwarber's third home run.
My crowdsourced question would be, in all sincerity, for the dais and for anyone listening at this hour.
I'm taking questions, Martin.
Okay.
Doug, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Doug is
not this early. I'm sorry.
Did anyone realize if a game was tied, an all-star game, at this point that we go to a swing-off? Because Joe Davis said after the top of the ninth, he said, well, the National League's out of pitchers. So I started thinking in my head, this is kind of like a La Russa thought. You got to have somebody always ready. The whole Albert thing sitting on the bench. And I had no idea. And then Brendan Donovan comes up, and he's the last out with a tie game. And I thought, what are they going to do? And I don't know if anybody, it seemed like even on the broadcast, they were kind of scrambling to explain it. It was just bizarre. My mom texted, what is going on? And I said, well, I don't really know.
Was that during yesterday's show and you just were getting to the text?
Yeah, she was podcasting like the Dickens last night during the ninth. Did any of you know that it would come down to a swing-off?
No.
No, sir.
No. How else would you do it?
Yeah, that I don't have
if you were in charge. Would you prefer a position player just lobbing the ball in and let him tee off on that for an inning or two? Yeah. I guess it's not a bad way to do it.
It felt really silly in the moment, but then I also thought, I don't have a better solution, and I also want this game over. So, and I think the players did too.
Yeah, based on the attendance in the ninth inning, it looked like the fans had also moved on.
And I read Bob Nightingale's tweet said Shohei Ohtani was long gone, because you're wondering, hey, you got some big-name guys. This might be kind of fun. And instead it was, Schwarber's a big name, but some of them were lesser known. And then another player said, no, these were decided before the game. But Aaron Boone might have also looked around and thought, okay, who's still going to be here when the game ends?
Who can we get to do it?
It felt a little random.
Well, like I said, I don't have another solution off the top of my head that would be any better. And the only other one, I guess, would be let a position player lob it in there and play for an inning.
And then the
or
teams
two.
get mad if you put your guy out there.
Well, at least they got the uniforms right.
Yeah,
that was better.
Didn't it look good when Brendan Donovan was at the plate and that classic Cardinal home uniform was on display?
Oh, yeah, far superior to just wearing a National League or American League jersey. Yeah, it looked like an all-star game again.
And he was pretty prominent. I mean, he had 3 at-bats, more than anyone else in the National League, and he had that last at-bat, which was a great at-bat. He fouled it off a ton. And they said he's probably looking to get into one just to end this game. But Olsen was on deck, and I said, I actually think he might just try and get on and see if Olsen could hit one out. But it was a good outing for Brendan Donovan. I'm looking at the 2018 game. Tim, you remember the 2018 All-Star game?
I do not.
Okay. American League winning at 8-6. It says it was in 10 innings. And I'm trying to, I guess they played 10.
Oh, wow.
I was trying to remember recent years. 2017, it also says, in 10 innings.
When did they stop the slap-ass home field advantage thing, which, Doug,
that bothered you about as much as anything.
God.
You and Costas in lockstep.
As usual.
Yeah. On brand.
That started in 2003, and I know it's been gone for a while. And I recall back in the day, well, we can't have the team with the best record have home field advantage. But there never was a reason given. It was kind of like you were a 7-year-old, and your parents were saying, because I said so. Like, that doesn't work. I'm not big in the dogma business.
You're not?
Jackson's a dogma guy. I'm not a real dogma guy. Yeah, because I said so.
Yeah.
So the Cardinals have 105 wins in 2004, and they'll be on the road to start against the wild card Red Sox. Well, why is that? Well, the American League won the All-Star game. Oh, sounds reasonable.
In 2017, Robinson Cano hit a walk-off home run. Or hit the game-winning home run. It must have been the top of the inning.
And there was a year where it ended in a tie, and Bud Selig didn't quite know what to do.
John Smoltz said that. He goes, well, I was at a game once where we had a tie. Joe Davis like, I remember that. Yeah, I was there, and part of it was not only that they didn't have a plan, but Bud Selig was the worst person to deliver the message. He looked a little disheveled, confused, and folks, we have a tie. And Smoltz pointed out last night that they announced it on the PA. If nobody scores this inning, we're out of players. He said, and fans were not happy, as I recall.
Well, the people seem to like a home run derby, so maybe the way they did it last night is about as good a solution as they'll come up with.
Well, and it is just an exhibition, right? I mean, it's it was pretty good theater most of the night. You had a comeback by the because I was saying at work, I jinxed it. It'll be 3-1, 4-2, boring, a lot of strikeouts because a lot of times it is just kind of a pitcher's vehicle, and then it ended up being a little more entertaining. 2018, the American League won that, Doug. What year? 2018, the American League beat the National League in 10 innings. So when did they come up with this? Nobody seemed to. I have not seen that reported.
I don't know.
I don't know. 2017 is when they stopped
home field
advantage. 2017 is the first year where it did not decide.
It's a great moment in American history.
Home field advantage.
I went to the game when it was here in 1966.
Did you really?
Yeah, and I
it
think
was apparently hotter than fires of hell.
It was about 128 degrees or
nice.
so. And I think that went to 10 innings before Maury Wills got a bloop single that scored Tim McCarver from second base to win it for the National League.
Were you pissed there wasn't a swing-off?
I wasn't mad. I was just happy to be there. We were given the tickets. My parents were going to go with their friends, and their friend had a heart condition. It got so hot, he said, I'm not going to the game. Here, take all 4 tickets. So my brother and I got to go with my
Is that when you took on your dome status? Doug is all
much
about a dome.
Mm-hmm. That's when Casey Stengel was there, and it was a new stadium the first year it opened. And they asked Casey Stengel how he liked the new stadium. He said, well, it sure holds the heat well. I mean, people were dropping like flies. It was so hot.
You're welcome to participate in this conversation. Doug, we have a potpourri of ways for the audience to get involved. Number one, I want to say this and make this clear, crystal, that Jackson Burkett, in what is being called Christmas in July, is going to update your Air Comfort Service text inbox name if you politely request it today, even though it's not the first week of the month. Unbelievable what's going on in here. 314-399-9646. You can get your text name saved in the text inbox. That substantially increases the chances that you get read. It also kind of alerts us subconsciously if you're an incel. Then secondly, we have YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL, and that's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, and that's where friends have gathered to talk it over. And Jake Reynolds is in there, and he says at the beginning of the game yesterday, they mentioned the possibility of a swing-off. How about that?
Oh, did they?
No.
And we ignored them when they were talking about it, probably.
That's correct. I wasn't watching. That's the honest answer.
Yeah.
And then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can compete against the likes of our leaders this month, Dalton and Shooter McGavin and the omnipresent Buck Swope.
Gosh, he is omnipresent.
TMA legend, and Martin, he wears a green jacket.
Have you met the gentleman, Martin?
Buck?
Yes.
Absolutely. A sport coat with running shoes.
Right.
That's how I remember. Looks like a professor, I would say.
Kind of, yeah.
All-Star Game added a home run swing-off to break ties in extra innings in 2022. They sort of slipped that one past us.
Swing-off's the equivalent to a shootout in soccer, both an awful way to end a game. Just keep playing!
No, they're not going to do that.
636.
They are not going to just keep playing.
And, Doug, they would run out of players because most were already out of the Atlanta municipal area.
Right, there weren't players in town.
Long gone.
Shohei Ohtani was back in his bed in Los Angeles?
That seems just a tiny bit disrespectful to me. To be chosen for the game, to go out there and leave just the second that you possibly can.
We were talking about that. Remember Brad Thompson Monday? We were saying how players I don't know how it came up, but I referenced every year guys complain. He should have been an all-star. I can't believe I got snubbed. You want to go? Oh, no, absolutely not. Every year, 10 players bow out.
Yeah. I don't get that you're so put out by it that you can't wait to get the hell out. Maybe I would get it if I played baseball every night for 6 months and travel all over the country nonstop. But it just seems to me like you could show the respect to the game in an all-star game just to hang around till the end.
I get both sides of it. You know, I get guys desperately need a little bit of a break and want to be in their beds by a decent hour and get out of there. And I also get exactly what you're saying. It's kind of disrespectful to the other people who got selected. It's a real tough situation.
Got a chance to spend time with your family for a couple consecutive days, a vacation. You got an 8 or 9-figure net worth. It's an exhibition game.
But they're already there.
But they're getting on a plane to get to that vacation.
And so they're going to get there for 2 hours earlier.
Maybe in the 5th inning.
Yeah.
Ideally. You can watch the conclusion of the game with your family.
Yeah,
in the Upper Peninsula.
Well, they do get every day for another 6 months with their family that a lot of people don't get in other jobs. When the season ends, they got all the time they want with the family.
It has to be one of the biggest changes in recent years. We've had Steven Matz multiple times, and he has referenced, like, well, I went home to Nashville for a couple of days. Like, anytime you can jet home and you have the ability to do that, these guys do.
Yeah, and these guys do. If they have kids, they're usually very young kids, so they really do want to see them. You know, they're not 13 or 14 where they're looking for excuses to be on the road for 3 months at a time. Oh, well, it is what it is, I guess.
Well, we got shouting rights. That's what the skipper always calls it, shouting rights. The National League has shouting rights. Do you think the Cardinals have a little bump since the National League won the All-Star game?
Yes, when they play American League teams the rest of the way, they'll shout that out to them.
Okay. Embarrass them in the batting cages beforehand.
You can give your thoughts at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox, and also the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat welcomes you to partake. 116 friends have already gathered this morning to talk it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you'll get fun and games throughout the course of the day and notifications. That's also where QFTA, the podcast I do with Little Jackie Papers, airs. Got Spread Zone today, presented to you by FanDuel with Riz from the Rizzuto Show on 105.7 The Point and Anthony Stalter from the Fast Lane. This show, of course, is at war with both of those shows. These radio wars are intense, and it is incredibly awkward, I guess is the best way I would describe it, on the set during breaks.
I bet it is. Yeah.
Very awkward. But today, Doug, we cover the Open.
The Open? You mean the British Open?
No.
No, Martin, you're right.
The Open.
You want to talk about golf? French Open?
No. The Open.
And this year is the most important ever because it's being held in Ireland, Doug?
Ooh, I like that. Northern Ireland. Not Martin and I are kind of off there, but
still sideways.
But yes, Portrush. And now it's on to Carnoustie.
My favorite hole in the property.
Okay, stop this elitist chatter.
When will the gentleman tee off?
Gentlemen.
Are you concerned about the north or south wind?
Neither.
Well, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are, and we are monitoring the Hawk closely.
Are you?
And we will release our plays and candidly just hope the guy we pick makes the cut. That's kind of where our bar is at this point on the spread zone for me.
Otherwise, you have to figure out which player plays well in the north wind and which plays well in the south wind.
Yeah.
That you would try to figure out?
And also which wave of tee times is better.
Okay.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners have multiple people monitoring on the property at Royal Portrush.
All right.
And we will release our plays on the Spread Zone presented to you by FanDuel, which you can see at youtube.com/TMASTL. Little Jackie Papers and I doing questions from the audience, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. You can email your questions in. We also welcome hate mail. I've offered $1,000 for an email that will piss me off. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Also, would love an erotic story. We haven't gotten one in a while. Martin, Doug would always think they were written by guys. I don't believe that's the case.
Despite all the female listeners?
Thank you. Thank you.
Gaslight, girl boss, gatekeep.
Okay. All gentlemen. They're all gentlemen. Not really gentlemen. They're just dudes.
There's a difference.
If you guys didn't stay up late enough, they did ask the panel, Poppy, A-Rod, and Jeter, for a bold World Series prediction.
Oh, wow. Okay, what do we got?
And so Jeter went first, and he said, I really think the Yankees are going to do it. I'm like, wow, Derek Jeter.
Bold.
He picked the Yankees. He had him beating the Cubs in the World Series. And then Big Poppy said, I have to disagree. He thinks the Boston Red Sox are going to win. He thinks they'll beat the Dodgers. Then they went to A-Rod. And he thinks the Yankees are going to win the World Series. Yeah, beating the Dodgers.
That's what we took.
That is a take. It's a strong take. It's one of the best takes ever.
A-Rod and Jeter both picked the Yankees, and Big Poppy thinks the Red Sox will win the World Series. They really went outside their comfort zone there.
I would take I think the Tigers have got the best pitching. I would think I'd take Detroit and the Dodgers. Of course, believe it or not, I didn't play for either.
Was that a Mizzou kid? You just have kitty cats ready to roll?
Yeah, Jackson. And then I heard a lady go rawr.
Used to be hot.
Doug, who was that?
I don't know who that was.
Is that like Phyllis Diller?
Was that Phyllis Diller? Webster Grove's own statesman. That was a guest Stingray, who's a regular on the program. Who's doing the rawr?
No idea. It says unknown woman.
It says unknown woman.
Martin, that's how your drops are saved on this show.
You know, the listeners are...
I recently started listening to the Morning After show. God knows why.
No, who was that?
That's an endorsement.
Okay.
You know, the listeners often have something they grab hold of and they don't let go. At KTRS, there were a few people who were mad because they would say, home of the Tigers, the Mizzou station. Mm-hmm. And the roar of the cat, people would say, that's not an actual tiger. Tigers don't sound like that. And I'd say, I don't know. And then they would text in and call in and say, you guys still haven't changed that tiger noise. And it's a ferocious sound. And the argument was that a real tiger, Doug, just goes...
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever heard a tiger roar.
And that doesn't really grab you as a sound, but that doesn't grab you.
Tigers don't roar, they chuff.
Ooh. Don't ever say that to me again.
Wow.
What's a chuff?
I got
Marlon Perkins here.
Exactly what Martin just did. Yeah.
That's not a great sounder for the top of the hour when you're ready for news and traffic.
Now, in Apocalypse Now, they went into the jungle. They got off the boat, went into the jungle, and that tiger had a growl.
Yeah, growl might be. You could say growl, but I think, yeah.
It was also a movie.
Chuffing is what they kind of did.
And then they started arguing. That's more of a mountain cat. That's a bit of a jaguar. I'm like, who knows this stuff? And then I realized it was Jackson all along.
Matty Mock, the Columbia Beaver.
Here's Joe Strauss analyzing the Missouri quarterback situation a decade ago. Matty Mock, the Columbia Beaver.
Who is now the head coach at Principia.
That's exactly right.
All comes full circle.
What did you guys hear the challenge BK and Ferrario spoke about yesterday? Were we challenged?
I didn't hear it. If we were,
it looks like Jackson knows.
I don't. I can try to find out. That's a boy.
That's from Fast Lane U Phil. Fast Lane U Phil, call in.
Yeah, I would like to know more.
314-974-0101. I mean, how many shows can we be at war with?
I don't know.
I think 3's our max.
Yeah. Just walking down the hallway, we get in 3 or 4 fist fights just to get the employee lounge.
Take on any more, we'll play in zone defense. You know?
I went to go get a coffee, and Courtney gave me the finger. I was like, jeez, why does everybody hate this show?
Clip that off. All right, it is TMA. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Martin, the Stiefel dossier is locked and loaded, and it includes all kinds of different potpourri of topics that Little Jackie Papers is set for a banquet of sports discussion here on 101 ESPN. Oh, this Little Jackie Papers.
I was about to call him out for a copy and paste because I wasn't sure if it had changed from yesterday in segment 1, but I realized something.
What's that?
What do you see, Tim, in 7-1?
I have 7 total clips of Francis's review of James Gunn's Superman. And I've only gotten to one of them, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of them.
Yesterday, I was like, we already had, it said 8, and we played 1. So what, are you going to sprinkle 1 a day, you think?
Yeah, as many. I'm always ready.
Okay.
He's always ready.
I like how that's in the first segment.
I think it's the lead, and I think we missed it by Doug, here's Mike Francis.
Here's one of the 7 remaining.
That's the most important thing going on right now.
It's in the dossier.
This was unmitigated garbage. First of all, early on, there's robots. I don't want robots. Okay, I don't want robots taking care of Superman. I don't. Then there's a super dog. Who came up with a super dog? I mean, we all like dogs, okay? And I didn't like the dog getting beat on in the movie. It bothered me. But, hey, who came up with a dog with a cape? When did that arrive? I watched Superman for years on television. I never saw a dog with a cape. I never saw robots. And in this movie, Superman's in trouble. Lex Luthor's getting the best of him. Everybody in the movie is beating the heck out of him. I thought Jimmy Olsen was going to take a shot at him. I thought Lois Lane was going to throw him out a window. I mean, he got beat up by everybody. He got the absolute bejesus. If you want to go see Superman get beat up for 2 hours, he got beat up for 2 hours. This is Superman.
Doug,
pretty good take.
There's Mike Francis's review of the film Superman. He was not delighted by James Gunn's work. Good news, Martin. Martin's Dangly Bits is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Careful.
And he has information on this challenge from BK and Ferrario. Good morning, Martin's Dangly Bits.
Hey, fellas. How you doing this morning?
Well, we're fine. You?
Good, thanks. So, yeah, I was listening to BK and Ferrario yesterday, and they were talking about some wife carry that some foreign country does. So it's like a quarter-mile obstacle course, and you have to carry your wife. So they were talking about who would win if, like, the shows did a challenge. So they were having, like, Jackson carrying Tim and Martin carrying Doug.
Hot.
But what they said was that there was no way that the fast lane would not come in first, so they had the fast lane winning first. They put them in the middle, and then they had Doug and Martin coming in dead last.
Yeah, it's probably fair.
Doug, it doesn't sound like you disagree.
No, it's probably fair.
Well, I think it depends on who you have to carry.
Well, that's what they were saying. They were kind of strategizing. They were saying more than likely Martin would carry Doug and Jackson would carry Tim because he's such a little fella. I think was the exact quote.
$1.55 this morning.
What, do those guys ever talk sports? Yeah. BK and Ferrario talking wife carry?
Yeah, and it ended up being a really stupid story because it doesn't even have to be your wife. It can just be a chick that you can carry that agrees to be carried. So.
All right,
Doug. I kind of enjoy this challenge.
All right.
Well, let's go down the hall, Doug. You ready? Pick Doug up and just carry him down the hall.
Might happen, not in a competition, but just because I could fall off this chair at any moment.
Thank you, Martin's Dangly Bits.
Right, yeah.
There's Martin's Dangly Bits informing us of the challenge in which Jackson will be carrying me around and racing against. Who would carry who on the fast lane, though?
Yeah, who? Jamie carries Stalter.
I think that's the best play.
And Carrie carries Marsh.
Yeah.
Just ergonomical, like the...
Ergonomical.
Wow, I'm lost now.
Well, it's like, it'd be kind of an awkward spot. Marshy's pretty tall. Stalter's fairly tall. I don't know.
We probably don't need to spend a whole lot of time to figure it out.
You are welcome to give your thoughts on anything and everything here on the program, calling in 314-974-0101. I see there's a gentleman on hold who wants to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Doug, I know you wanted to get to that.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to wait.
Steelers segment last week about Mike Tomlin.
They're not happy with Mike Tomlin in the audience?
No, they're mad at it. It was a real call. Mad at ESPN because they always say Mike Tomlin's a Hall of Famer. And about a minute into the call, I still didn't know if we were being punked. I just wasn't sure.
But your conclusion, was it serious?
I think they were serious.
All right, that's what's coming up here on the program. It is TMA 101 ESPN.
Yeah. 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 We bring it to the Lou. Series, baby. World Series, baby. World Series, baby. World Series, baby. World Series, baby. Series, baby. Series, baby. Now that's music there.
You like that?
Yes.
Doug's always
How do you not
grooving
like
with
that?
song.
How do you not like it?
Well, like Kevin Nealon. There was all a subliminal singing there.
It's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and YouTube, the TMA STL channel. Download the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. They are presented to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and on the Collier and Thompson phone line filter is Chairman Kurt. Doug, we are taking calls today at 314-974-0101. Jackson, you liked Clayton Kershaw mic'd up while pitching last night. They did that. I thought they did a few things with the production that I enjoyed. As a matter of fact, the Hank Aaron tribute in the 7th inning.
That was awesome.
That was incredible.
That was incredible.
Here is the Clayton Kershaw mic'd up.
And we're actually going to get to talk baseball with Clayton. I can't believe you're doing this, Clayton.
I can't either. I'm going to try to throw some cheese real quick. Hold on.
Cal Raleigh hooks it in the air to left field. And a sliding catch by Kyle Tucker.
That was sick.
Easy.
That was sick. All right, now I think I probably got to go slider. Let's think what Will thinks, but I think I got to go slider here. No, he wants curveball again. All right, fine.
Got him. Uncle Charlie.
Okay. What do you want? Smoltzy, what do you want?
Cutter in. Slider in.
I don't throw a cutter,
He doesn't slider in. Say cutter.
Son of a...
Gonna make him mad.
That was short.
How about this splitty? Break out the splitty.
All right, what's the count? 2-2?
Yeah,
this
2-2.
is so weird talking to you guys.
It's kind of weird for us, too.
Base hit. I thought that was great.
Yeah. Isn't that good entertainment?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm a little uncomfortable when it's a regular season game when they do that. But in an event like that, yeah, it's perfect. It's really great.
It was Scooble, too, like that.
Fox does big-time sport. They just have a great way of presenting. And like the Hank Aaron, just the aerial shots. I didn't realize the 7:15 being the date. I never got that ahead of time. That 7:15, July 15th, was perfect for a Hank Aaron tribute. And Twitter hates everything, much like the text line here. And immediately everybody said, awesome, loved it.
I mean, that's about as cool as you can get in terms of like a baseball presentation.
That moment was one where if you were alive and a sports fan, you remember right where you were.
Oh, is that right?
When you hit that home run. Yeah.
It was like the unbreakable record, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you had to stop what you were doing to watch, find a TV somewhere.
I bet you were at a disco.
No, I was in spring break.
How many major American moments were you in the disco for?
Good question.
Can't think of any, really.
Yeah.
Who were you carrying down the hallway at the time when Hank hit home run?
Watergate breaks, and there you are, dancing to the Bee Gees.
Well, I did go to some discos. Everybody did. Every bar was considered a disco just because they played that kind of music.
Yeah. And would you really cut up a rug?
Not so much.
Guys, I thought Ludacris was great. Doug, of course, Ludacris and Jermaine Dupri performing Major League Baseball, not learning its lesson just yet with these things where rappers come out in a baseball field and perform. We got to enjoy. Who was it at Yankee Stadium?
Fat Joe.
Fat Joe, last year.
Was that during the playoffs?
World Series, I thought.
And what are they going for there? Are they trying to... Are they trying to bring the urban crowd into the game to watch it? Is that what they think's going to happen?
I think it's probably an attempt to be youthful and hip, which I'm all for, God bless, but...
They're usually a little behind.
Well, Ludacris is, we're going back a little bit on that, number one, but secondarily, it just doesn't resonate when you have a gentleman just walking around a baseball field with no one around him and he's just holding a mic. Coincidentally, Martin, and you may have been in the building for this, I believe the Rams had a Monday Night Football game at the Battle Dome probably about 20 years ago, and for halftime entertainment, they brought Ludacris out. So here he is again.
Oh, full circle.
Yeah, full circle. And I was sitting next to Doug in the press box as he just kind of stood at the 50-yard line by himself in that warehouse that also hosted football games. And it didn't necessarily capture the crowd's enthusiasm, especially the ladies who would tell you to sit down while they knit in the lower bowl.
I wonder if it's a better setup if they were walking through like the bleachers, like with people around.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You need people around, walking around a field by yourself, holding the mic, spitting lurks in there.
And you guys know this better, but Ludacris has endured as a brand. You think even more so like endorser, sometimes in film, more so than as a musician. I mean, I know he travels around, but do you think his brand is still solid because he's done a lot of different things?
Well, for a lot of people, they would say yes, but Jackson's infuriated by the fact that his film from 2005, Crash, won Best Picture over Brokeback Mountain, and that's going to get the chairperson of goodorbad.com all riled up. Jackson, Ludacris, Crash, Brokeback Mountain, your thoughts?
Travesty.
See?
Stolen.
What was Crash about?
Kind of about race,
yeah,
a little bit.
I haven't seen it. I watched it like a junior or senior high school in like a film class, and I didn't love it. And then like you watch
class at Ladue.
Film class
Sounds like a tough academic road there.
Yeah,
Tomorrow, class, bring your pen and paper. We'll be watching Grown Ups.
Ooh, nice. Doug, when are we watching Grown Ups too?
And then on Friday, prepare. We'll have meatballs, not for lunch, but the movie.
That's the teacher putting it on autopilot there. Here's a movie.
Jackson's getting
okay,
pissed.
now I'm going to play on my phone a while.
Here's Fat Joe at the World Series.
Let's go Yankees! Let's go Yankees! Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way.
That's just the stupidest thing ever. The stupidest thing ever.
What did you think of Luda and Jermaine Dupri?
I didn't see Luda. I missed it. I'm still looking for the remote at the time that was on.
He's super engaging on Twitter. People will say, you're the best. And he writes back, thanks so much. And he's got like 13 million followers, and he's writing people back with 200 followers. Hey, man, thanks for the support.
Sharon in Clayton is not happy. I don't know who she's not happy with, but she says, stop stereotyping women as being lame sports fans. Not all of us are that way. It's from Sharon in Clayton. Is this a take from...
No, it's when you say women were knitting during the Rams games.
The women who would tell you to sit down while they were knitting in the lower bowl at Rams games. That might not make Sharon happy, but those people did exist, and I shall stand by it, and I apologize to absolutely no one.
Oh. Well, were they knitting, or was it just like macrame?
You'll have to define.
Okay. I don't know. Macrame is some fancy type of thing.
I think from a security standpoint, they shouldn't be allowed in with the knitting devices.
Yeah.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
Sharon in Clayton also says she's pretty sure Luda got the gig because he's from Atlanta. He's great, but the rest is stupid.
Okay. Probably so.
He started off as a DJ on an Atlanta radio station years ago, and then became a rapper, and then won Best Picture, which of course now Martin Full Circle infuriates little Jackie Papers. 314-399-9646. That's where you can express your discontent with the program. Brought to you by Air Comfort Service. Also, youtube.com/TMASTL. 170 friends now gathered in the TMASTL YouTube channel, and that YouTube chat is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, and we have our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug, the weather yesterday, before all of the sudden all hell broke loose with storms in the afternoon. Did it storm throughout the area, or was this just a certain parts? I don't know.
Definitely a monsoon at about 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, 3 o'clock is when I experienced it, but it is now going to start to get intense around these parts coming up here over the next week. Doug, I got a high of 92.
Oh.
I got a high of 93. I got a high of 93. Ooh. Now, how about next Tuesday? 96, 96. Next Thursday, 95. Sweet mother of mercy.
Yeah, that's
good news is there isn't a lot of precipitation in the forecast. And this is the Apple forecast, you know, it's just like some guy throwing things together. But it's going to be hot, and if you have an air conditioning issue, you want to be working with Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest-running sponsor on TMA going back a decade, and the sponsor of our email of the day. All you need to do is go to designairservice.com. designairservice.com. That's designairservice.com. They'll come out as quick as you can imagine. Fix it, no upselling. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com.
You know what? Temperatures are kind of like pitchers' velocities. When it's 90, you can kind of deal with it. It's hot, but you can deal with it. 91, maybe. But if it gets to be 95, 97, like a pitcher's velocity, really tough to deal with.
Yeah,
just listening and learning.
Okay, there you go, Mo.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The All-Star game last night ended in a tie, but then there was a swing-off where Kyle Schwarber had the deciding home run. Meaning the senior circuit takes the All-Star game in the Midsummer Classic over the junior circuit. NL wins over the AL. That was their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Thank you like this.
It's not my thing, really.
But you acknowledge that some people like some things.
Sure.
And some people.
Yeah, it's a generational thing, I'm sure.
You're welcome to express your thoughts. 314-399-9646. Jackson will save your name today up until 11 a.m., but then you're not going to get your name saved again until the month of August. So capitalize on Little Jackie Paper's generosity here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And you can also watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, I would imagine you want to celebrate what was a magical moment in sports journalism as Daddy Padre was quoted in an article.
He was?
About the NHL's collective bargaining agreement. And
you got to be kidding me.
What?
Who wrote the article?
The Associated Press.
And they went to him?
Well, who else would you go?
He's a vending machine salesman.
Daddy Padre, big boy.
He sells like chips and sodies.
Thank you for calling them Zodi. They were doing a story on the new collective bargaining agreement. And, of course, you go, well, before we write the story and post it, we need to talk to Daddy Padre. This is at sportsnet.ca. The new collective bargaining agreement that goes into effect for the 2026-2027 season will change the emergency backup goaltender program, with each team now required to employ a full-time traveling replacement to play in the event of multiple injuries, as opposed to former Blues Stanley Cup champion goaltender.
Sody salesman.
That doesn't say that with his name on the chalice. Doesn't say Sody salesman.
Well, it should.
It says Daddy Padre. Daddy Padre quoted in the article where they said part of the reaction around actually seeing an e-bug in a game is because it is so incredibly rare. An e-bug has entered a game just 6 times in the 13,068 regular season games over the past 10 seasons. None have been on the ice in the playoffs in the modern era. As the first word spread that e-bug changes were coming, the group chat involving many of the e-bugs lit up with buzz and speculation, says Daddy Padre.
Oh, that's the name they used?
That's his name.
It isn't his name.
It's just like saying ludicrous, Doug. It's an established brand.
Thank you. Exactly.
Daddy Padre, big boy.
There he is. There's your goaltender.
They weren't very happy. I know that. Some of the comments were like, it was a good run, fellas. That's from Tyler Stewart, who dressed for St. Louis in pregame warm-ups in December 2017 as a 25-year-old vending machine worker.
Mm-hmm. And in warm-ups, they beat him like a government mule.
So this is the end of the e-bug era?
Well, the ones who are like sitting in the stands hanging out, now there will be some who will be employed.
And it sounds like you said traveling.
That's right.
So they're going to go, what a great job that would be.
Approved.
Just to travel with the team and never play. And
you're going to get some e-bugs traveling that are a little hungover, like, I'm playing tonight? What, now?
I wonder if they get to stay with the team. Everyone else is staying at the Ritz and you're at the Motel 6.
It'd be a little awkward dropping them off. Get out, Army. Get out now. We'll let you know if we need you.
Now, would you have a veteran who just retired do that? You wouldn't want to waste a guy on the way up to never play and do that.
So they actually talked over with the Flower, Marc-Andre Fleury.
Oh.
Three-time Stanley Cup champion Marc-Andre Fleury joked after retiring that he would love to be Minnesota's E-Bug. That cannot happen even under the new rules, but the guidelines do allow the potential for more fairy tale moments, even if it's less of a mystery who is coming in. Quote, it would be a blast. I know a handful of guys that have done warm-ups or something like that, which is a pretty cool experience, and I've backed up a few games. It's so few and far between, so it's hard to expect it. Word of the change brought some confusion and, to Daddy Padre, a bit of delusion from some counterparts who thought they were now shoo-ins for the part. Equipment managers reached out to Tampa-based goalie Kilcoyne, who is dressed for the Lightning, Blues, and Flyers, to say it would be awesome for him. Quote, I'm like, does this mean I'm out of a job, or does this mean I'm going to get paid a salary to do basically the same thing, said Conan, who paints goalie masks for a living.
How much work is there for that? How many masks come across your desk over the course of the day that are desperate to be painted?
So not only are you going after Daddy Padre for his career, now you're going after this gentleman for painting hockey masks.
For a living? If it's a hobby, that's one thing. But that's how you're going to put food on the table,
Well, good
is
for
painting
him.
hockey masks?
What do you care?
I just wonder how many masks need to be painted.
Enough that that's his job. And then maybe he does vending machines on the side.
Okay, so did they get a final word on how they're going to pick these netminders?
Well, Eric in the Central West End apparently has sources. He said, I heard the E-Bug will share a hotel room with the head coach.
Oh.
I don't know who his source is on that, but that's whatever.
So a lot of the E-Bugs might be leggy blondes. We've decided to be inclusive and have women as our emergency goaltenders, and they'll be staying with the head coach. That seems unfair.
Guys, after hearing this story, I've decided journalism is the new Mary Kay program. That's from Steven Time. So hold on. People who are going to our university, Doug, the #1 journalism school in the world. It's actually now, they're selling Mary Kay cosmetics.
Well, you used to get like a pink Cadillac to sell that Mary Kay stuff, so maybe that's okay. Maybe it's a good thing.
I appreciated how the article pointed out they've never had to actually use one in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Can you imagine?
Oh. And we're talking about the swing-off deciding an exhibition game. Can you imagine? And here comes the E-Bug. It's Game 7 in Winnipeg.
Oh, my goodness.
But you said, who was it, Fleury wants to be, and they told him no?
He joked that he would like to do that.
But I bet there's others that wouldn't be joking that they really would like to do it. Party with the guys all the time. They're friends, never have to play.
Well, maybe we can get Roman Turek on in the 8 o'clock hour and see if he's interested.
He probably would be.
Nice. Always on the ice, and it's boring when you shoot an empty net, and when Stewie plays in, it's even hard to score on him sometimes. So it's pretty exciting for us to have both goalies on ice, and makes our life better.
I don't know that it makes your life better.
That's Vladimir Tarasenko saying that Daddy Padre makes his life better.
I think that was
no further questions, Your Honor.
I think that's one of the sentences you learn when you're Russian and you're trying to learn English. He makes our lives better. He makes our lives better. Got it.
So you're saying he just was saying that?
Yeah, because
it was
that's
one
a
of the
phrase
first...
he learned. Yeah, when trying to pick up English. So who are these new goalies going to be? If you won't allow former netminders, and you don't want sody salesmen, who are they going to be?
Maybe the Blues are going to have tryouts for the gig. I don't know.
Wouldn't it make sense to hire somebody who is also with the organization doing something else?
But if you are
who's played goalie a little bit?
Well, if you're a former college goalie and you're living in St. Louis, if you're a candidate for that, are you able to travel all the time?
How much does a job pay?
You leave your job and say, I'll be right back. I'm going to Edmonton with the fellas.
So I say it would seem to make sense for the teams to hire someone who maybe played high school or college goaltender, find another job in the organization with the equipment staff or something. You're going to be there anyway working, so you can come along for the ride, and you're the emergency goalie.
What about a St. Gabe's floor hockey legend? Somebody that
might
probably
be
has
good
a banner.
enough. Good enough. But you got to help with the sticks and everything else on the road when we're trying to pack up.
You're out of line with that.
That would be fair, wouldn't it? Reasonable.
I would imagine the E-Bug will not just be hanging out in the press box and the hotel bar on the trips. That's
no,
my guess.
I wouldn't think so. That's got to be a significant expense.
A veteran would also say, "Get out."
Yeah, they're not hanging with the boys. Doug, Mark Milton can hang with us anytime, as long as we're not having to give him 18 strokes as a handicap.
Some of the e-bugs are going to have problems with their taxes. They're going to say, do I have to claim this? Well, yeah, you're going to have to claim all of your income, whether you're actually getting into a game or not. Mark Milton says you'd be surprised how many people just don't file at all. For whatever reason, they don't file at all. They think the IRS is never going to catch up with them. And then 4 or 5 years down the road, you get that letter in the mail, and now you got real problems. Maybe you've got unfiled returns backing up on you, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments. It happens, and it's serious stuff. And Mark Milton is there to help you against the godforsaken tax man. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about so often on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Douchebag Doug, just so you know. Is that your new name?
Oh.
Painted masks are not cheap. They run anywhere from $900 to $3,000 based on the detail on the mask.
Well,
your old ass needs to retire and get the F off the radio. That's from Wobbs here.
You're getting owned right now.
$3,000 to have your mask painted? Paint it your own darn self.
Here's one that
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, stop it, ball game.
Retired from media. We'll find out tonight. Tiger Warson Woods, and this kind of hits us all.
Oh, no.
How does a sportscaster look down on any profession, Doug?
I think Tiger Warson Woods should get text of the day because it's a wonderful question.
Yeah, it is.
Fair.
I mean, not only do we make a bad decision around 16, 17, 18 years old, but here we are decades later still executing it.
Can't get out. Profession is like a roach motel. You can get in, but you cannot get out. I'm just surprised that so many goalie masks come across your desk in the course of a day that's all you would do. But I guess if you're charging $3,000 to get it done, you'd only need, one every other week or so. Are there that many goalie masks getting painted for that? If it's an NHL mask, I understand, but how many masks are there with the Blues?
That's a good question, isn't it?
I think so. That's 3 or 4, and then what?
No, it's a stupid question.
Everybody in high school having their mask painted to the tune of a couple $1,000s?
I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment.
Doug, we don't have the answer for you.
Okay.
We just don't.
All right. Maybe it's a bigger industry.
Helmet painters, call in.
Recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove says, friend and assistant general manager Ryan Miller texts me that he's been with the team for 15 years, and his friends back in Colorado chirp him constantly how the most devoted Blues fans have no idea who he is, but Daddy Padre gets lit up like a Christmas tree during Warmies 10 years ago, and he's being interviewed by the ESPN of Canada. That's from the recovering alcoholic of Belleville and Webster Groves, who, much like Stephen Time, believes that journalism is the new Mary Kay program.
Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
So we're all going to get pink Cadillacs?
Ooh. Oh, that'd be nice.
Like the roast beefs. Hope for a better outcome.
Would you drive a big old pink caddy?
Sure.
As you know, I require white walls, but assuming I get those, yeah.
Okay. Well, those come standard.
Just started a new job this week. Do you think they'll care if I want to throw my hat in the ring to E-Bug based on a couple years of hockey in middle school? That's from Carlos Spicy-Wiener. Sounds like he's interested in the gig.
Seems like more than enough experience.
I would think so.
I'm sorry, sir. You're overqualified.
But if the job paid even if it paid like $50,000 and you got to travel with the Blues for an entire year, would that be a dream job for somebody?
Yeah, if you're like 24, 25 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Some of these masks are amazing artwork. Come on, Doug. Okay. I love you. But you can't be a curmudgeon all the time. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Yes, some of the masks look great. my point is, I'm surprised that so many of them need to be painted that a fella could make a full-time job out of it.
Maybe he's a full-time artist, and a lot of his work is helmets. And then he does other.
When the Rams, in the Rams equipment room, that their helmets would come in and they were just blue, and how they would put the decals on there for the Rams horn. God, and they were just great at putting those decals on there.
Sharon in Clayton is so excited to have another player she can virtually stalk while in her 1983 Winnebago down in Festus. That is from the Pope. So he is saying that Sharon in Clayton is happy that there will be an addition to the roster.
A new player to stalk from Festus proper.
I think he's saying that her Winnebago is down in Festus at the moment.
Yesterday I was onboarding, had a group team building event,
nice.
So I was off campus. So I was in the car, and I heard you guys saying, and then she was in Potosi, I believe, yesterday. And then you guys had a deep dive into how far away it was. And I thought, God, this is what this show sounds like when I'm driving around. Headed to onboarding.
It's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is the Morning After. Dents Express is a local St. Louis business that makes life so easy when you're dealing with the frustration of having to get your car repaired from hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. It's Dents Express, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those shopping cart dings. What I love is these guys aren't just good, they're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years, and that means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, and they'll take it from there. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and located in West County. All you got to do is call 636-227-5050, or just swing by and tell Gray that you heard about him on TMA. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
Oh, thank you.
This will bring Doug back,
Yeah,
Martin.
this is okay.
This is what you need in the Fisher window and door store 8 o'clock hour.
This is what music should be.
They do a little project with Ludacris. Kind of nice.
That'd be fun.
You like this, right?
I'm a big fan.
Are they wearing sweaters?
Suits for sure.
Kidding me? How about the muted trumpet?
Sorry.
Martin, are you enjoying the muted trumpet?
Oh,
there it is.
With the licorice stick.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you. If you would like to call in, Chairman Kurt is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Here is the phone number, 314-974-0101. And then you have this text inbox, which is brought to you by Air Comfort Service, 314-399-9646. And you can watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. Friend of the program, Friday guest presented to you by the great Jason Gosrow of Schaefer Door. Joey Vitale is listening to the program, and he texted me that Daddy Padre should win the Vezina. So
I don't know. He never played.
That's you get a broadcaster starting to see what coaches are starting to see, and then there's some momentum, and now you got a bit of a goalie controversy in camp.
And so, by extension, Sidney Crosby thinks Daddy Padre should win the Vezina.
That's correct.
Stephen Tom did say, on a serious note, the E-Bug will be used as an additional coach and scout, so whoever they hire is going to be the E-Bug 1% of the time. I guess, if true, that makes more sense. That they'd be
that last phrase.
Well, that there would be a
1% of the
time.
time.
Basically, they're going to somebody in that role is also a coach and scout.
Well, that would make sense.
That does make sense. But I liked our theory.
Yeah.
Just hire somebody off the street.
Doug, as you know, it's on to Carnoustie for the Open.
No, it's on to Carnoustie.
Royal Portrush. And Scottie Scheffler will be the favorite for all 4 majors. And he is the favorite for this week's festivities in Northern Ireland, as it'll get underway at 11 p.m. tonight. And that is assuming that the weather cooperates. Scottie Scheffler and Rory McIlroy at the top as far as winners. Scheffler's plus 450, McIlroy plus 700. And then you go to John Rahm at plus 1,200, Bryson DeChambeau plus 2,000. Scheffler yesterday got awfully existential in his presser. And I think this transcends the game of golf. I think you can actually make the case that it transcends sports, as Scheffler, who, even though he kind of looks like he might be approaching 40, is only 29. He has become the most dominant player in the game, and it comes across as just a first-class, quality, down-to-earth person. He is married to his high school sweetheart. They have a child. And he was asked a question about his goals in the game, considering he now is on a trajectory to be up there with the game's all-time greats. And then he started talking about some private things that he's been dealing with as he balances the personal and the professional. Here is Scottie Scheffler yesterday at the Open.
You know, I think it's kind of funny. I think, you know, I think I said something after the Byron this year about, like, it feels like you work your whole life to celebrate winning a tournament for like a few minutes. It only lasts a few minutes, that kind of euphoric feeling. And like to win the Byron Nelson Championship at home, I literally worked my entire life to become good at golf, to have an opportunity to win that tournament. And you win it, you celebrate, get to hug my family, my sister's there. It's such an amazing moment. And then it's like, okay, now what are we going to eat for dinner? You know, life goes on. Is it great to be able to win tournaments and to accomplish the things I have in the game of golf? Yeah. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just to think about, because I've literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport, and to have that kind of sense of accomplishment, I think is a pretty cool feeling. You know, to get to live out your dreams is very special. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? You know, this is not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of like the deepest, places of your heart. There's a lot of people that make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life, and then you get there and all of a sudden you get to #1 in the world, and then they're like, what's the point? And I really do believe that, because what is the point? You're like, why do I want to win this tournament so bad? That's something that I wrestle with on a daily basis. It's like showing up at the Masters every year. It's like, why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? I don't know, because if I win, it's going to be awesome for about 2 minutes. And then we're going to get to the next week, and it's going to be like, hey, you won 2 majors this year. How important is it for you to win the FedEx Cup playoffs? And it's just like, we're back here again,
There's a tee shot. Sounds like it might have been pulled.
That's an odd take, wasn't it?
Odd take?
Yes.
Is that what you said it? Or hot take?
Odd. I mean, what's he working for? He's working to support his family and giving them a life that they could only dream about. He's taking care of generations of Scheffler family members to come. A lot of people work in jobs and don't get that kind of reward out of it, don't get the kind of satisfaction, the fame and the fortune that he gets. I think he should be feeling pretty lucky that he's in a position that he's in, and that he's achieved tremendous success at such a young age.
I think you're taking what he was saying the wrong way. And what he was saying is that you work so hard for it, but as he's finding out, that's not the most important thing to him. And as you'll hear here in the next clip, he talks about what is the most important thing to him.
I love the challenge. I love being able to play this game for a living. It's one of the greatest joys of my life, but does it fill the deepest, wants and desires of my heart? Absolutely not. I love being a father. I love being able to take care of my son. I love being able to provide for my family out here playing golf. And, every day when I wake up early to go put in the work, my wife thanks me for going out and working so hard. And when I get home, I try and thank her every day for taking care of our son. It's just, that's why I talk about families being my priority, because it really is. I'm blessed to be able to come out here and play golf, but if my golf ever started affecting my home life, or it ever affected the relationship I have with my wife or with my son, that's going to be the last day that I play out here for a living. This is not the be-all, end-all. This is not the most important thing in my life, and that's why I wrestle with, why is this so important to me? Because, I would much rather be a great father than I would be a great golfer. That at the end of the day, that's what's more important to me.
So now that you've heard that, does that...
Yeah, that's a more balanced perspective. I
don't think he wanted anyone to feel sorry for him. He's just
No.
saying it's not as satisfying as those other things in life.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he's addressing everyone out there who just assumes when you're in that position that fulfills you so much.
So when I hear that, and I mean, usually those pressers are, okay, I got to knock this out, and then we're going to go back to working on our putting or something like that. The fact that he got that deep, that's the kind of answer that you would get in like a, serious podcast format where somebody is comfortable with the interviewer and the setting and really goes introspective like that. And so to do that in a presser, that's just not the play that it usually works, especially for a guy who is not, all over the place. That's a really balanced, and what I sense is quality individual. What I then wonder when I hear it is he is consumed with winning. It's one of the reasons why he is as great as he is, outside of just raw talent, but he works constantly on it. And I don't know if now that he has achieved what he has already achieved, if he will continue to have that intensity. I recall Jackson describing one of our coworkers here as insatiable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think...
Can't get enough.
I think one of the reasons why over the last quarter century, names like Jordan and Tiger and Brady are synonymous with greatness is because they were never satisfied. And what Scheffler is communicating there is he is at the top of the game. I recognize that he doesn't have even remotely, I think, the Q rating, the recognizability, the popularity that Tiger Woods or Jack Nicklaus, for that matter, I think, or Arnold Palmer, for that matter, have, despite his success. And maybe that'll change, but I don't know if it's likely to, that he isn't fulfilled by it, and it isn't necessarily the driving force. And so he, at 29 years old, is able to look back and go, this isn't necessarily what is going to continue to fulfill me. So I thought that it was an incredibly intriguing line of thought, especially in that setting, a presser in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I think some like a characteristic you might find in all those guys, and Scheffler included, is like the old saying of "I hate losing more than I love winning."
Yep.
And
that's a La Russa thing.
Yeah, and I think to that extent, like that's what drives them, is like not the idea of winning all the time, but never losing and always competing and that love of competition. And I think it's bold of him, because I totally get where you're coming from, Doug, where it could sound a certain way, and he probably knows that. But what he's basically like is like you work so hard to win these tournaments, and then right after it's over, it's like you kind of feel empty, you know. It doesn't fill a void, you know, like family does, or your main priorities in life, and kind of balancing. It's like different. If you remember, Anthony Rendon kind of said something similar, just a lot less well articulated, and that was.
Did he say I hate baseball?
It's like I don't know if I think their messages were similar, but he did not convey it in a great way. But, you know, that's a similar theme you hear across athletes, you know, is yes, they get paid a ton of money. Yes, they work like crazy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it consumes their life totally or fills voids or purpose.
Yeah, what I'm saying, you could hear that among everyone else in the world, too.
Yeah.
Saying, you know, being an accountant or being a roofer doesn't fulfill me.
Right.
And the only difference is I'm not worth $100 million.
Right.
But you would have to have a certain sort of personality to be able to deal with the grind and the celebrity of it all. And I'm sure it's overwhelming at times. Everybody wants a piece of your time. He's so famous now that he can't go anywhere near golf without people wanting something from him. And he's accomplished all that he's ever going to need for the rest of his life. He's proven that he can get to number one. He got there, and now maybe he's just ready to back off a little bit.
But I don't think he was having a pity party as much as he was trying to give you a window into high-level golf, like how he's realized what he did work all those years for in a blink is like, oh, that's it?
The Byron Nelson, which is not a tournament that most people would recognize, is in Dallas, which is where he's from. And growing up and, you know, picturing him on the range by himself, putting by himself, as most of these guys are just driven, and it's an individual sport. He's picturing winning the Byron Nelson, and it's years and years and years of picturing not only getting to play in it, but winning it. And then he finally does it, and he goes, oh, my God, all that I was thinking about when I was 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, all these years, it happened, and then it was like, oh, that didn't fulfill like I thought it was when I was a kid. I think that's what he was attempting to communicate in that introspection. It was, you know, it's not. I don't believe it's financially motivated at this point. The guy's, you know, got nine figures in net worth, and I would imagine incredibly grateful for it. But he also communicates that he still shows up to Augusta National and is consumed by winning, and if he doesn't, it drives him up the wall. It's also a different kind of element when you share success with other people on a team, which makes it much more fun, and perhaps that's more fulfilling. And you also have to get to experience sharing defeat with a team. In this, the success is at least portrayed publicly as yours, and for the most part it is, although these guys at this point have teams around them. And that is why maybe you see them have more emotion at things such as the Ryder Cup and enjoy things like that than your average PGA tournament or LIV tournament, as opposed to, you know, what they're experiencing when they're individuals, when you see athletes enjoying being in those team settings more. So I think there's something to that too.
Yeah, I think he was being introspective. And I see the text line, some people are like, boo-hoo, you know, you got millions. I don't think that's what
I don't think he was complaining, though.
Right. I don't think he was complaining.
I think he was just speaking. And I think it might come off as complaint because of what you said. Like, it's a press conference setting, not usually the place where someone gets existential and introspective. But I don't think it was a complaint. I think he was just kind of stating how he feels.
What was the question, though? Do we know what prompted that?
I wish I had that answer for you, Martin.
But, you know, aren't you interested to know, like, how did he get to that point in a podium setting, as Tim said, where you're like, yeah, I think 14 is going to be kind of challenging. I'd love to win here. Like, all the generic answers. How did we get where he's laying on a couch?
Let me see if I can find out for you.
Okay.
Did he have a quote about what would be fulfilling for him, what he wants to do?
He was like his family.
He said if I couldn't be a great father and a great husband, I would quit playing golf that day. So that was the second soundbite that we played. Scheffler is the inverse of Tiger and the other guys you mentioned. I think his point is he loves golf, but not at the expense of his family. Unfortunately, it appears the other three did sacrifice their families for sports and the distractions that come with it. That is from caller Ellen in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Well, maybe. Yeah. Wouldn't everybody say that, though? I don't mean to rain on. I know that he was just being open with everybody, but I'm just saying, can't everybody say that? Wouldn't everybody say my family is more important to me than my job?
Well, yeah.
Well, most people would say that.
But 99.999% of the population never get to be in the position that Scottie Scheffler is in, or if you want to take your pick of Jordan, LeBron, Brady, whomever else, Tiger. And so what he is saying is, I actually have gotten here, and what I have found is it is not as important to me as I thought it was when I was growing up. And if it was at the expense of being a father and husband, I would stop doing it. And I think what he's saying is it's kind of a surprising and strangely unfulfilling thing, because
he thought it would make him happier than it is.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
But again, he's not complaining about it. He's just like, you win, and then it's like it's on to the next thing. You don't get to... Jason Robards in 1988's Parenthood, which was supposedly filmed in Kirkwood, but it was actually filmed in Florida, Martin, says to
Looks
Steve...
the same.
Exactly right. It says to Steve Martin, you never, as a parent, get to cross into the end zone and score a touchdown and do your touchdown dance. There's always something next, and I think that's what he's saying. It's like, I win, and then he's not complaining about it. He's just saying what you realize is it's a never-ending thing, and there isn't that moment of, okay, I did it, I've done it, but what I'm finding is it doesn't matter. My priority is my wife and my son, which I would imagine a large number of people listening can relate to, but they're, of course, not going to be in Scottie Scheffler's position.
There have been other people at the top of their sports that have felt the same way and walked away. Barry Sanders did it.
Yes.
Jim Brown did it.
So that is why, when I hear that, it intrigues me to see if he will continue over, let's say, the next 5 years. We haven't seen a run like this. It's been 3 years. It hasn't been 5 years. We haven't seen a run like this. Spieth had the year that he had a decade ago, but we haven't seen a run like this since Tiger Woods. But Tiger Woods, everybody knows Tiger Woods. Scottie Scheffler, it's a different program, doesn't have that recognizability. To the casual sports fan, I'm a golf fan, so I recognize the situation. But to the casual fan, Tiger Woods transcended. And so Tiger absolutely never satisfied. He was on a mission to be the greatest from a super young age. And I don't know. I'm curious. I'm not saying he can't, but I'm just curious if he will continue to have the commitment to the game that he has had to get to this point. We saw Rory McIlroy drop off after winning the Masters. I thought, and I was wrong, I thought he would take off after winning the Masters. And then he said, yeah, once you achieve your goal, you kind of go, it's tough to get out on the range. Then he took a little time off, moved his family to London, and then I think he rediscovered it and played really well this past week. And maybe now that he's playing at his home course in his home country, he'll have some fire this week. So the psychological element of it being an individual sport also, I think, is something to take into account when you're looking at this.
Yeah, they're only human. It makes sense that some of these guys just aren't as consumed by golf or whatever their sport is as we think that they would be. They're just normal guys who have other interests as well. And if once they've had great success and no longer have to work another day in their life, I'm sure it's hard to keep their nose to the grindstone all the time.
And this same guy who is having this introspective moment, who's this great golfer but seems extremely unassuming, is still the guy who was arrested at the beach. Like, of all the people that you would have on your golf bingo card, what'd John Daly do this time? But Scottie Scheffler was the one arrested.
Wyndham Clark, you would have believed it. You see, he's now been banned from Oakmont Country Club.
He got violent with a locker.
Yeah, damaged the locker. Yeah, also threw his driver and damaged a sign.
He wasn't happy with the course conditions.
No.
Now, Doug, I don't know. I don't recall this, but Alan Dadeville has this question for you. Didn't Doug have a similar quote to Dan Caesar of the Post-Dispatch years ago? Feels like he said, quote, yes, hyper-localized sports journalism in a declining market that's about to lose another NFL team is important, but it won't take away from my quarterly 3-week vacations, end quote. That's Alan Dadeville.
That's it, yeah.
That was your quote.
Guilty as charged. Mm-hmm. I knew it'd come back to haunt me.
I mean, isn't this how Tim feels? He's number one in the world. This probably resonates with him. Doug, that's from the Crestwood Coyote. Oh, Mark, what's going on? That gong.
Doug's broken gong is now a thing. It's really sad looking. It just says there's been so much laminating that thing has been abused.
You don't know match play like Tim.
You don't.
Email in morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air heating and cooling email today. It comes your way at 10:45 here on the program. You're also welcome to text in anytime you want, 314-399-9646, or call in 314-974-0101 and participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMAS. TL. Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, I think everyone loves their family more than their job, and I don't believe anyone is fulfilled by their job. How about that?
Probably, yeah. It takes a work-life balance to be truly fulfilled, I would think, for most people. There's always exceptions, but for most people, I'm sure that's correct.
And there's some media people who really get into, like, their job, and I've always said, it's what you do. It's not who you are. And some people get a little too far in on that. And that's probably true in sports, too. It's what you do. It's not who you are. And some people get lost in all that. I appreciate the Scheffler moment of zen.
Yeah, out of nowhere. I mean, out of absolutely nowhere. A press conference. If that were a podcast, that's kind of interesting. But I'm curious what, like you said, what got that going, that thought process, because those things are usually pretty light and surface level questions. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Doug, try and tell me this isn't the jam.
I don't know that it is. It's a jam. Who's singing this?
This is Soul for Real.
Soul for Real.
Celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. We ought to do something for that.
Okay.
You guys do anything at the 2 Fox?
Surprised you haven't yet.
I think the morning show is going to handle it for us. Is this Candy Rain? Mm-hmm. I could read it for you. Tim was in shock.
I looked over. I go, wow.
I can see the screen that Jackson has. Tim cannot, but Tim has a better view of the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and people would get mad last week when I was not reading. I'm like, oh,
you wouldn't read the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat?
I don't even see it now, but it's over that way. I had to strain a little bit to see it.
I can see that Iggy is arguing with somebody in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. He's in an argument with the TMA remote lamp.
Oh, no.
Coming on the heels of the Scheffler existential comments yesterday, Iggy said, I think everyone loves their family more than their job, and I don't believe anyone is fulfilled by their job. TMA remote lamp says, that's pretty naive, Iggy. Iggy says, what's naive about it? And TMA remote lamp says, there are lots of people that don't like going home to their families.
Oh.
And are workaholics to avoid them. I'm not saying it's correct, but it's reality.
Thank you, Iggy. I love you.
Love you, buddy.
Well, you're probably on the wrong side of things if you don't want to go home. You're doing something wrong. If you want to stay at work all day and not go home to your family, you've made a mistake somewhere along the line.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, I had a coworker who ended up retiring, but they were clearly close to retirement. I said, "You're not retired? What are you doing?" He said, "I don't really want to go home every day." And I said, "God, that's awful."
What do you know about custard stands?
What about that?
Very little. I like to attend them. Running them, I would know nothing. I assume you buy the custard wholesale and then try to sell it. I assume that's the basics of the business.
Wow.
But beyond that,
Mr. Wonderful over here.
Mm-hmm. Shark Tank reset. It's TNA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos playing Soul for Reals, Candy Rain as it celebrates its 30th anniversary. And this show will do a full week celebrating Soul for Reals.
Oh, really?
Right, yeah, that's something we're going to do coming up at the end of the month. Chairman Kurt mans the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can always enjoy the program via YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL and talk it over in there with Ken Iggy Strode and the TMA remote lamp. Last night, Aaron Boone was being interviewed during the game, and he expressed something that I think might have a near 100% approval rating. Take a listen.
All right.
And doesn't it look right, Aaron? We got everybody in the home. We got in our own uniforms here, right?
It's so good, isn't it? It's so good. Thank you, baseball, for fixing that little snafu we had there for a few years.
So good. That one, too, on Brendan Donovan.
Base hit.
A little knock there for Brendan Donovan.
Who doesn't like all the uniforms? I don't think you could find anyone who said, God, this looks terrible that players are wearing their own uniforms.
It looks better.
Looks fantastic.
Yeah,
it looks better.
Doug, check this out. Watch this. If I were on Twitter, full stop.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
From 1930 to 2019, MLB All-Star players wore their team's home or road uniforms during the game. In 2021, Major League Baseball switched to using special All-Star jerseys. This change was met with widespread criticism from both fans and players who felt like the special uniforms lacked the traditional appeal of the All-Star game. And so last night we saw it return after a number of years.
You know, when they had the specialized one, it looked more like an MTV softball jersey.
Yeah, nice play. Rock and Jock, Dan Cortez.
Yeah, are they still?
Daisy Fuentes?
Are they still doing that?
Doug, is Dan Cortez?
I don't know. I don't watch that.
Didn't Costanza, Seinfeld, didn't he have like a crush on Dan Cortez or something?
Jerry Seinfeld had a crush on?
No, it was Costanza, I think, did.
Oh. Hey, Tony.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And then George would turn
rock
his hat
climbing. Yeah.
backward.
That's right.
Because he liked Dan Cortez.
If I worked with Tim, I'd never want to go home. That's from MD 2020.
Gosh.
Yes. Did you see the text that said, I would leave my family just to play one round at Augusta? No, that's a commitment, Doug. That's a commitment to the game of golf.
Hubs had a coworker who has a wife and 2 girls, and he does just about all he can to avoid going home. He's a very unhappy dude, and before they send them, I'll do it for them. Sure, Hubs is probably doing the same thing. Ha, ha, ha. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
Okay. Well, I'm sure there's many people extremely unhappy with their home life and don't really want to go home. But, as I said, that means you made a big mistake somewhere along the line. It's not like your job is so fantastic that you don't ever want to leave.
You married the wrong person.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll...
Just get more and more existential, Doug. See, you and Scheffler are in lockstep.
We started talking about all-star uniforms, and we got back into this. Yeah. They must have thought that they were going to sell a million all-star specialty uniform jerseys and didn't.
And it was always the coolest thing. You'd look up and say, oh, that's the guy on the Mariners. Is that Alvin Davis? Who is that? It just was perfect.
Yeah.
They got it right. They got it back. The Hank Aaron tribute was great. I like the Stand Up to Cancer because it's like raw emotion, but it's not forced. And a lot of stuff that's emotional is done to kind of trigger people to cry or sappy. But it's powerful. I think there were a lot of great moments in the game, including the swing off. Kyle Schwarber.
Yes.
Gets the National League shouting rights with the swing off win, which apparently started in 2022. It just escaped all of us in terms of knowledge. I do think on the broadcast they were scrambling a little bit just to sort of explain it to everybody. I think they kind of knew, but nobody knew it was really coming down to that.
I kind of think most of the changes that Manfred has made, most are good. I kind of like most of the changes that they've made. Even the crazy runner at second.
The ghost runner, you like the ghost?
Wow. I'm okay with that, too, because I know that people don't like extra inning games. They just don't.
That's my beef.
Fans go home when the games get long. The teams don't want their pitchers to keep pitching forever. It just kind of works for everybody. The quicker games, I think it's all a good thing.
I say start in the 11th. I'm fine with the ghost runner, but don't start it in the 10th. Let's go the 11th. And also 7-inning doubleheaders, please.
Oh.
I think players would say the exact same thing.
That messes with stats and history and all that.
Sure. But, so they go into 162 as opposed to 154.
How about the pitch? Did you like the pitcher?
It's been 70 years.
It's still happened.
Well, yeah, they went from 154 to 162.
It messed up the stats.
I guess it messed up the Babe Ruth home run stat.
Can't let that get in the way of progress. Times they are changing.
Yeah, but that changed a long time ago.
Sure.
Did you like the pitcher being able to hit a button last night to challenge a strike?
Yeah.
And they were 3 for 3.
Scuba got it.
And
I like that too.
It was a Chapman or somebody out later, and Rosarena got punched out. Would not have been Chapman, but they punched the button. They're like, hey, I think that was a strike, buddy.
Yeah, I like that. And it's quick. They do it quickly.
I bet the umpire doesn't like it very much.
Well,
you like the golden at bat?
No, that's silly.
Okay. Now we're talking. You like that big piece of metal for the World Series being handed out? The great Manfred line.
I think it's the least... there's no, myth around the World Series trophy like there is around, certainly, the Stanley Cup, Super Bowl, and then lesser extent, the NBA championship.
You don't mean myth, you mean mystique.
Mystique, yeah. I don't think that there's much to the... I wouldn't call it a hunk of metal.
Big hunk of metal if you're the commissioner and teams compete like crazy just to win that thing.
Yeah, but I think they could use a better trophy, like a better looking trophy.
That's good.
I think everyone should have a big cup like the NHL. Take notes. I think it looks great.
Claret jug.
Yeah, claret jug. Have a sip.
That'd be a good clearing the deck.
Favorite trophies?
Well, not favorite trophies. That's too easy, although tomorrow's a good day for it. Would be, how do you improve the World Series trophy? Got all the little flags on there.
Yeah, you could still incorporate that. Just put it on top of a cup.
Okay.
What's the magic of a cup?
I think you can drink out of it.
Think about that.
You need 2 hands to...
Could be a promo.
2 hands to hold it. It's regal.
Morning after.
Regal.
Okay.
Something about it. I mean, there's no doubt that the Stanley Cup's the coolest trophy in all of American sports, at least.
Yeah. But basketball, what do they play for?
Larry O'Brien.
Okay, but what's the trophy look like? Giant basketball?
Kind of like a Super Bowl trophy if you cut off the top half and then put a basketball off to the side. I wouldn't say it's a great trophy either. The Super Bowl trophy's cool.
The Lombardi trophy.
Yeah, Lombardi.
Did you save your trophies that you won as a kid?
I mean, it's tough, too, when you play at St. Gabriel's. You don't have the space.
You get a warehouse.
A lot of medals.
Storage facility.
A lot of medals. That's what we got. We got medals mostly. Lots of trophies. Some trophies, but mostly medals.
Yeah. I still have mine, some of mine.
Really?
I don't know why I keep them.
Next to all your press passes?
Yep. Still got them.
What about ribbons? You still have those? Third place Pinewood Derby, 1971.
I don't believe I saved the ribbons, no.
Pinewood Derby.
It's just kind of a thing that you don't want to throw away for some reason. Not like you're still that proud of it. It's just like, this is a nice trophy. Why would I just throw it in the trash?
I hear you.
I had a dad coach one year open his trunk and said, "Oh, here, this is Carson's from last year." I said, "What did we win?" He goes, I don't know.
But it's Carson's.
And it was the equivalent of a participation trophy.
Sure.
We were in some tournament and we placed or something, and it had been in the coach's trunk for like a year. Here you go.
Piddles is 100% correct. Ooh. One of the few times I saw Yachty stop in his tracks was when he was face-to-face with the Stanley Cup when the Blues brought it to Bush. His mouth literally dropped. No other trophy has that mystique. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Yeah, as the kids would say, aura. You know, they have just a person's job is just be around there with the white gloves.
Right,
like,
the
that's
guy with
cool.
the white hair even.
Yeah. Doug Xander Scheffler won a gold medal at the Olympics. Here is what he had to say about his trophy.
Oh, no.
You say you don't have any trophies?
No.
Where are they?
My parents' house, probably, in a bank vault. I think that's where some of the one of the trophies was. When they travel,
including the gold medal.
I actually have no idea where that is, to be completely honest.
It's great to know.
Yeah.
Why don't you?
What am I going to do with it? I don't really invite people over to my house, so what am I just like go look at it myself? Like, oh, yeah. You know what I mean? That's just that's how I feel about it. You know, it's like I'm not going to like walk into a trophy room and be like, oh, look how great I am. You know what I mean? Like, I think I was just raised to think that way, and it's kind of stuck. I really don't sit at home and. You know what I mean? Like my wife hung up some pictures of me in my gym of me winning the Olympic medal, and she put it so high up I can't reach it, and I have to get a ladder now, and it bothers me. Like if anything, put up me in a Masters jacket, that would piss me off. You know what I mean? Something like that is more motivating than all right, that's not great. I don't want to look at that. You know what I mean?
What would you rather be up on the wall?
Photo of my dogs or nothing. A clock, maybe. I'm always late, so maybe a clock would be good for me.
Doug Xander Scheffler does not care to have his gold medal, does not know where it is, does not like the picture of him winning the gold medal, wants a picture of himself in a green jacket, which he has yet to win.
Yeah.
Did that start because he won the Claret Jug last year? Were they asking, where do you keep it?
Well, they have to return the trophy at the start of the open week, and so
you get it for the year,
yes.
So he's giving it back.
Yes.
What a weird press conference they had yesterday. I don't know who was firing the question.
Some in the air.
Big in psychedelics in Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
James Carlton is my insurance agent, and he would get all of my trophies, Doug, and maybe he wants them. I don't know if he'd be interested.
Would you autograph them
some
first?
St. Gabriel trophies.
Okay.
Just MVPs. So many.
You
of them.
really should bring one in, autograph it, and we'll give that as an email of the day prize.
That'd be tough to part with my grade school basketball trophies.
That's right.
Thank you, Jackson.
They don't make any more of them.
Think about that. Like when you won the St. George basketball tournament in 1988, now that school doesn't exist. That's got value, brother.
It really does, because no one's going to win there again.
See? James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? Give James a chance to save you money. Do you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy? This is where James has saved a lot of TMA listeners a lot of money over the years. He has more than 425 five-star reviews. When you Google James Carlton, State Farm Insurance Agency, you will see people raving about James and his staff and the customer service and how they are proactive. It's James Carlton in Webster Grove's My Insurance Agent, 314-961-4800, to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Swing Haven board member is texting in and says, Doug, I have a trophy wife. That's from the Swing Haven board
does
member.
he really? He copy and pasted a picture off the internet. That's what he did.
He has sent in, Martin, I don't know if you've looked at the text history. You can see pictures of the Swing Haven board member's wife. And he's been doing this for a number of years on the program. And
Sick.
It's a delight.
And he's in front of a large statue of men and women, a man and a woman in a romantic embrace.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
The late, great Jennings Randolph Jr. giving what he is refreshed by on a warm summer day.
That's what he found fulfilling.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark sustained a groin injury late in their Tuesday road win over the Connecticut Sun. She had missed previously 5 games this season due to a left groin strain. She'll be evaluated this morning ahead of their game against the New York Liberty. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, is this Keith Sweat?
I don't know who it is.
It is.
What's the theme today, Jackson?
Yeah, what do you got going on here?
No real theme.
We had a lot of these last week, Tim, where we say, what is it, a birthday? No, just a banger. So it's either a birthday or a banger.
This one's just vibes. Just feeling out the vibe.
Okay.
Vibe around the city.
This is the vibe around the city.
Something like, yeah, kind of.
Because we're going to sweat?
No, it's kind of more sweating than sweating.
Sick.
Somebody texted about the Indianapolis 500 trophy. We're talking about great trophies.
Oh, yeah.
The old Bjorg Warner weighs over 110 pounds.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That trophy that the soccer champions win is big. What is that called?
The FIFA? The World Cup?
Is it the World Cup trophy?
Ballon d'Oro or something?
Yeah.
The Ballon d'Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
pretty good.
That's an individual award, like a team championship.
Well, for an individual award, that'd be about the best, right?
I don't know what a lot of plates,
Wimbledon,
right?
they raise them up. Yeah, a lot of plates.
There's a
That's
lot of
good
plates
call.
for individual awards. I don't think that resonates as well. I don't really get the whole plate thing.
Yeah. Is that at Wimbledon what they get as a
Wimbledon,
plate?
they definitely get a plate. There's some soccer championships where you win a plate. In baseball, you kind of win like a plaque, right? MVP gets it's not like a real trophy. It's more of a plaque, isn't it?
I don't know what they get. The hockey players get a big trophy, but they don't get to keep it.
For the Lady Bing?
Yeah, and the MVP
Jackson throwing out a Lady Bing. Who would have thought?
I find it odd that hockey makes it difficult to know what the hell you're talking about with these awards.
Oh, no.
Well, he won the Conn Smythe.
Oh, no.
Why can't we just say
Playoff MVP.
Why don't we just say that?
Well, because it's cooler.
I guess.
This guy. You decided to poke the beehive this morning is what you did?
Well, it's like that when the divisions were named after, guys. What was that about?
History.
Bill division, the Mike division.
Yeah, what was it? Chuck Norris division?
Chuck Norris. Love when they had the Norris, the Smythe.
It's odd.
All the individual awards in the NHL are better than most championship trophies. That's from the Puddle Under Piddle's cuck chair.
Sound like he was angry when he
look
typed
up
that.
the Lady Bing trophy.
You want to see what it looks like?
And why is Bing spelled like that?
B-I-N-G? How else would you
It's B-Y-N-G.
Well, yeah, that is wrong. wrong.
That's a handsome trophy. That's a handsome trophy. It's a pretty classic-looking trophy. All right, I like that.
So now you're back.
Oh, I'm back.
What's the Jennings look like?
J. Randolph Jr.
No, the goalie award. Never mind.
That's called the Jennings?
Yes.
This is my case in point. You want to grow the game, and yet you make it incredibly difficult to know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh.
That's a handsome trophy, too.
Okay.
My beef isn't with the trophies, it's with the names of them.
I would hope the winner would get a replica trophy of that to keep forever. Keep the main.
You can make one.
Keep the main one, maybe in the Hall of Fame in Toronto.
I think a lot of Super Bowl winners will get a replica made.
I think at Rams Park, everybody got a smaller version of the Lombardi.
Right.
All right.
Trophy talk by the Virgin. I'm out. Have a good weekend. That's some Gooner Reloaded. Doug, it's Wednesday, and he's leaving.
Take it easy.
Have a good weekend.
Let the door hitch on the way out.
8:57 on a Wednesday. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, I'm out. For real.
I really think one way to liquidate some of the trophies from our basements are to bring them in and give them as email of the day prizes.
Ooh. Now, there's going to be some expense associated with the shipping costs.
Yeah, we got no stamps.
That'll have to go to whoever's receiving the trophy.
On
They're
the
going to have to pay for shipping.
Reverse charge.
Yeah, it's like being towed.
Guys, I'm getting ready to move some furniture into my apartment at college. You boys think I should have a cuck chair in the corner of my bedroom? That's from Little Beer Cats. Doug, would you like to advise Little Beer Cats on whether or not...
I can't imagine you have room in a dorm for a cuck
they're kind of
chair.
small. You can have a cuck stool.
Yeah, at best. If it's like a dorm, I know. They're tiny. You know,
Will Little Beer
room.
Cats be missing class so he can tune into TMA and text in?
I would listen on my way to class.
Doug, where does he go to school? Is he
I have no idea.
hotty-totty?
Doesn't he go to Murray State?
I'm guessing Vanderbilt.
He said one day.
Vanderbilt.
He said, I like Murray State boys, but forgot the comma.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
that's
if
right.
you're saying I like Murray State boys, he's probably not going to Vanderbilt or Notre Dame.
Murray State, comma, boys.
They say Murray State is like the Notre Dame of... Is it in Tennessee or Kentucky?
It's Kentucky, isn't it? The Racers?
Murray, Kentucky.
Okay.
It seems like with our Lord and Savior Tim out, baby Scorsese went through take puberty. He is firing heat today. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. Jackson, you are firing heat. You went through
it was
take
backhanded.
puberty?
It was backhanded. Even when I get a compliment on the show, I still get ripped. But I'll take what I can get.
Take puberty, where your takes evolve.
I'll take it, I'm sure I'll say something in the next probably 35 minutes or so that you'll vehemently disagree with.
And there's a little more hair on that take. Now that
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please change my name to Doug's Cuck Stool. I figured that was going to happen.
Yeah.
You better get in quick.
Yeah, you gotta get in quick when you hear one.
I feel a lot of folks are going to be trying to grab that.
I liked his name was Salsa Carafe, and I like that one.
So you hate to change it, so you decide.
Yeah, I'll
Tough
change
call.
it. He asked nicely. He said, please.
Room 408 in Gillette had plenty of room for my chair, Jackson. That's from the TMA Gerbil.
Yeah, I guess if you did bunk beds, you gave yourself a lot more room, and then kids would hang out under, or like they raise your bed up real high, and then you can hang out under the bed.
Did you want the top or bottom bunk?
That was never a situation for me. When I roomed with someone in college in the same room, 2 beds, but not on top of each other.
I see.
Decent enough room, though. It was in the fraternity house, so it wasn't like a dorm situation.
Doug, as you may recall, at 500 South College Avenue in Columbia, Missouri, which has here and there been the Sigma Chi house off and on, depending whether or not the fraternity is on campus, I was on the bottom bunk.
Mm-hmm. I think that's where you wanted to be.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Clip that off.
You're a top butch man.
Well, I was on the bottom bunk. That's all I can tell you. And I would write papers for the actives in order to acquire some sleep. And I put a little note on my bed during pledgeship that so-and-so had given me the right to sleep in because I had written his paper for whatever class it was.
Really?
Oh, and they took that well, right?
Well, they came in to check to see if any of the pledges were hiding out. And when they saw one sleeping at noon, it didn't play particularly well. And I was dragged down to the lunchroom in which my pledge brothers were to clean while I got to take a nap on the floor.
Oh,
yeah, I'll teach you.
It's surprising to me.
Game.
It seems like they're meaner
But I didn't get
today.
into run sleep. I had my whoop on.
They're meaner today and in your era than they were in mine, going back another generation. That's what it seems like. That the hazing is actually
I didn't think there was much going on, relatively speaking.
There wasn't when I was there.
There is? Is that right, Papers?
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, I don't.
I've heard other
it's
places.
been some years, and certainly never anything I was involved in. But yeah.
Tim, did they tell you George will do it? Oh yeah, who's going to do it? Oh, George will do it. That was like a big reading that we had to do. Because if
I
you
didn't know who
George was the mysterious brother that you just assume, like, oh, you didn't sign up for that. Oh, George is going to do it.
I like that.
Oh, you didn't
George will do it.
Oh, you didn't clean up. Oh, I guess George will do it.
That's so passive aggressive.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. No, don't worry. We'll take care of it. In fact, George will do it. And then you find out there is no George, but you just assume
that
somebody else is going to do it. I don't need to show up at that. I don't need to sign up for the scholarship committee.
George will do it.
Yeah.
I go to Murray State, guys, but I'm going into my senior year, so I'm not in a dorm. I'm in an actual apartment. Plenty of room for a chair and a stool. Thanks for the advice, guys. That's from Little Beer Cats.
All right.
It sounds like he's going to get a chair and a
He
stool.
can have both. Yeah. See what works better for
We're
him.
outfitting college apartments now.
Yeah, for cuckoldry. You think there's a lot of cuckoldry in college campuses?
Not intentionally.
I don't know. Probably more there than elsewhere.
Yeah, but
Because
again,
there's so many people around who are active
so much infidelity?
and drunk. Yeah.
volume is up, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like like people are looking for it.
All right, let me ask you this question. Then.
Yeah, all right.
Maybe we can tweet this out from our TMA
Ooh, a little
STL
poll
account.
action.
What decade of life has the most cuckoldry? 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. What do you think?
Ooh. Well, there's a couple schools of thoughts on this.
Jackson's really going to break this down for us.
There's your 20s, where you're probably doing your most sowing of wild oats.
Doug calls it catting around.
Yeah, at that time. So you'd probably be more susceptible to it. But then there's an argument for your 40s that now you're entering in what could be, your second half of life, your back nine.
Hans working.
Yeah. You've got a lot. You've had a little more disposable income, and you've found that you've been lying to yourself this whole time. And what you're really looking for is polyamory.
Is that right?
I think that could be the case. Is there's like a sexual reawakening of some sort.
But that would be just a very small percentage of people.
Sure. And I think it's a small percentage of people no matter what. We're trying to find the highest percentage.
The answer to this is the 20s when you're in college. And you're sharing a room with some other guy, and he's been catting around. And you're waiting for your room to empty out. You're waiting for the girl to leave, and you're just sitting there tired, ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
But these two are in your bunk.
That's certainly, I think that's Occam's razor, probably the correct answer. I was just trying to dig deeper.
Mm-hmm.
How are you defining cuckoldry for this argument?
This has been a real.
Well, it's been something, and it's been a real burn our saddle, Martin, for a decade on this show.
What's going on here? We had Scottie Scheffler with the meaning of life, and now we have Professor Burkett explaining.
So for the purpose of this discussion, I'm talking about cheating. I'm talking about infidelity. I'm not talking about like the Davenport.
30s.
30s is the high water mark for cheating.
Yeah,
Think so?
It probably wouldn't be 20s because in college, most people aren't married or even engaged.
It's
The
like an
overwhelming
understood
percentage
practice.
So it's not really cheating.
I think it's somewhere in the 30s because the people that are getting married in the 20s and have now spent a decade or so together, they're realizing maybe that's not what they wanted, and people start a stepping.
That could be. They start a stepping. They're not just catting around, but now they're starting a stepping.
And this started because we were outfitting Little Bearcat's room?
That's correct. He wanted Doug to guide him on how to outfit
Set up his room.
Text me and I'll talk dirty to you.
We are getting passionate answers on 20s, 30s, and 40s. Nothing for 50s. At the moment in this Gallup poll.
I see one from the 618 saying my wife and I got into swinging when we turned 50.
How about that? Call in.
But I don't think that will fall under the cuckold umbrella.
Doug, is that under the cuckold umbrella?
It's adjacent.
Swinging? I think it's under the umbrella, maybe.
Yeah. It's close. I'll count it.
It's in the polyamory department, but I don't think it's
the biggest word salad I've ever heard.
No, you're just, you know.
I would say 40s.
You don't want to get in the
maybe.
greasy areas. Just, you know.
I'm going to say 40s.
Okay,
Because
here we are.
That's when the infidelity is at its highest?
I think so.
Wow, interesting.
You just
What's your
disagree with
reasoning?
me on that.
Because most people, people are getting married later now. A lot of them are not even getting married till they're in their 30s. And so the first few years are probably okay. But then they get that 7-year itch and they start catting around.
Interesting.
See, that's what I'm saying. There's a sexual
So
reawakening.
you agree with the
Yes.
40s, but you have a different, you arrived there differently.
Right. Yeah. Doug took 40, I took 44. Still ended up at the ballpark.
You guys are all idiots. It's late 40s. Kids are about out of the house. The man's sick of the woman. The woman's afraid of another 40 years together. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup.
I think that plays into it as well. Wow. It's a reawakening.
Okay.
Just cheating, 20s. Allowing partner to cheat, late 30s or 40s. That's from the 314. It's a nice breakdown.
I think it's a good take.
You like that take?
That's probably the accurate take.
Can we send them one of my CYC basketball trophies?
Yeah, which one?
I think we finished in 4th place at St. Joan of Arc in 86.
Nice. Is that the creme de la creme piece?
No.
My son Greg was to put on his wall a 3rd place trophy he got from the St. Simon's tournament one year. This is an adult. He does it now just because he thinks it's funny. It's better to do a lame trophy than to do a good one.
Well, yeah. Agreed.
Not that there was anything lame about the St. Simon tournament.
Yeah, it did seem like St. Simon took some shrapnel, Martin.
It was the 3rd place finish. It wasn't that impressive.
It has nothing to do with age. It's all about your male neighbor's gardening short height. Typically, they get shorter as they get older, so that's when it starts. That's from Wedding Tackle.
Your neighbor's shorts get shorter as they get older while he's gardening? Is that what that was about?
I thought I was missing a word, but you actually, I think, interpreted the text properly from Wedding Tech.
That's what I gathered from it.
30s, you're still kind of fit and have a high libido. That's from Grandma Johan.
Yeah, you got to take that into account.
Guys, I met some boys from Little Beer Cats' frat this past weekend. Those boys are definitely getting conked on the reg. That's from Beer Cats, the father of Little Beer Cats.
On the reg.
Who is not impressed with his son's fraternity brothers. You can text in on this Gallup poll, which is taking the program by storm. And it wasn't in the Stiefel dossier, too. So that's what makes it amazing. 314-399-9646. You also are welcome to call into the program. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson? I think you do.
Well, I do. And a lot of people know a little bit about Callier and Thompson because they've been around so long. They've been around since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience turning homes into show places. Go ahead and get your house spruced up. It'll just make you feel better. And the thing about Callier and Thompson is this is a company that you can trust, and they care. They want to make sure you're happy. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available for you. You need to make a change somewhere along the way. Callier and Thompson can do that. Their designers are just fantastic. The owners, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, have been there a long time now. They'll work with you as well. They just know how to get it done. Doesn't matter what you're trying to do, whether it's a new kitchen that you need or a master bathroom, a basement. You want to knock out a wall to open things up in the lower level, want to fix up the basement completely. That's what they do, and it's what they've been doing for a long time, and nobody does it any better. They've got all kinds of 5-star reviews. Well, here's one now from Connie. The entire process went well. Mark was a supervisor and always communicated with us. All the installers, including the plumbers, electricians, the floor people, the painter, etc., all very professional and competent. We are extremely happy with our new rooms. That's pretty typical of how you're going to feel when you let Callier and Thompson come in and get your house looking like a show place. Callier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
Call in 314-974-0101. And email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Mid-America St. Louis Airport in Mascoutah, Illinois. The place to go when you're ready to get away for a fun weekend, a little vacation with the family, go down to Florida. They have 7 different destinations. Allegiant Airlines bringing you a low-cost opportunity to get to these great places. Hilton Head, Gulf Shores, Knoxville, again, Vegas. There's so many cool places that they go to. And when you head out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport, it's extremely convenient. You think about air travel these days, you can't park for under $10 and then just walk in and end up at the gate 15 minutes later, but you can at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book the flight at flymidamerica.com. They're about to expand over there. The word has started to spread. Great prices, convenience, just get the hassle removed from airline travel and go to all these cool places. Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, so many cool spots, all one spot, Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Knoxville was added last year. Gulf Shores added this year. The G's just keep finding new destinations with Allegiant. Team it up at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book the flight at flymidamerica.com.
Doug, is this Taco putting on the Ritz from '82?
It's putting on the Ritz. I don't know about if it's Taco. I don't know who Taco is.
Yeah, it is. Of course, it's Taco.
This song is blowing up on TikTok.
Is that right?
Yes.
What's going on? It's not in my algorithm.
It's this will happen sometimes with older songs that they'll kind of pop up on TikTok.
a worm?
Yeah, not yet. Oh, but that's coming, and then it'll be in everyone's mind. I remember right at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a gentleman who would skateboard with some cranberry juice to the song "Dreams" by Fleetwood Mac, and that song blew
Harry
up.
Higgs, Doug.
Harry Higgs,
But he was
shirtless.
cruising around like Malibu, LA, intense skating.
Yeah. Playing
Morning,
Dreams by Fleetwood Mac, and it made that song I think it might have cracked the top 10 that month.
And you think that's going to happen now with Taco?
I'm telling you, people never heard the song, didn't even know anything about Taco. I'm being one of them. I thought it was like a SNL skit when I first saw it.
Catchy little
It's
song.
super
though.
catchy. And then you go back and you read the history of it, and it started.
What's the history of it, baby?
It's
What's the
started in
history?
the 30s. And then
This song's from the 30s.
Well, putting on the Ritz
is from the 30s.
Right.
But
And then Taco did his twist.
Fred Astaire did one. Gene Wilder did it. And Young Frankenstein. You know, so it's kind of cool. You kind of learn some of music history through TikTok.
So what are the tykes doing while they're playing Tacos, putting on the Ritz on that TikTok, Jackson?
It's less so videos dancing to it, because sometimes that'll happen. Like Rod Stewart's "If You Think I'm Sexy" song. People were dancing to that like crazy. That came out of nowhere. This is just the music video for this song is everywhere, and I find it interesting.
It's not my algorithm.
All right.
What am I doing wrong, Doug?
Well, I just don't know.
What's your algorithm mostly?
First thing I open up is Leon Bridges.
Nice.
And it says, okay, I'm done gatekeeping the best song to see live in the world.
Oh, nice.
Sounds like a nice little jam.
Okay. I don't know. When I go to TikTok, I get construction tips and golf videos.
Where to buy remotes.
Those golf tips.
Where to buy remotes.
I think I need to join TikTok just so I can open them. When people send them to me, I can never open them. Same with Instagram. People will send me an Instagram post. I can't open it.
If you sign up, they'll just give you a basic user and 8 numbers behind it. And you don't have to post or anything or even follow anybody. You just get a For You page. Which
You're
is
like
essentially
Mo
the
on
algorithm.
Twitter, just here to monitor.
Essentially, you're a voyeur.
I saw one yesterday. If you're trying to get a screw to attach firmly to concrete, if you wrap the screw in weed eater wire, then it gets in there tighter, and your connection will be better.
Why don't you fix the gong? It sounds like you're getting handy over there.
It's not to say I can do these things myself. I just saw the video.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
We're literally missing one screw here, and then we can't fix it.
No, you can't get the leverage on the screw. The screw is so small, you can't get the leverage to push it into the wood.
I think we can fix it.
Okay.
Tim, I was doing math last night.
Yeah, what do you got?
I was just looking at the Cardinals in the second half, and I was looking at the Eric Fetty starts. What do you think they are in Eric Fetty? I hate to single out the one gentleman. What do you think in his 19 starts this season? What do you think the Cardinals' record is?
They go 7-12.
5-14. So I was theorizing if that was McGreevy, and he just went 9-10 in his starts. Doesn't mean he was great. Doesn't mean that. It just sometimes it works out. If they had just gone 9-10, that team would be 13 games over 500. Can you imagine that?
Not right.
Not like a crazy swing. I'm not just 9-10 instead of 5-14. You'd be 13 over. But they're not. But he's fixed now, and everything's fine. The second half.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, everything's
He
fine.
is fixed?
Yeah, everything's fine. And second half will begin. Cards are ready.
That didn't sound sincere to me.
And then I was looking up the Fangraphs, too. They have a 0.9% chance to win the World Series, according to Fangraphs. So are they buyers or sellers, Tim?
I hope they're sellers. I hope they're sellers.
0.9%.
0.9% to win the World Series.
I would think it'd be maybe slightly higher than that. They're only a game and a half out of the wild card.
28% to get into the playoffs, but to win the World Series, 0.9, which I don't know. So random as it is.
I don't really trust them to come out on the top end of trades. So I'm not sure.
You don't want them to sell.
Not really.
Not because you don't believe that they should or shouldn't, but because you believe when they do, it won't work well.
Might get the pocket picked.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. When was the last trade? I guess the last one were Arenado and Goldschmidt, the last trades that really worked out super well.
Yeah, deadline deals, right? Yeah, Quintana, Montgomery, that one stands out 3 years ago. But here we are, Doug, just about ready to roll into the second half of the season.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Mm-hmm. With another day off tomorrow, right?
Well, they're not happy
Friday?
about the conversation. Oh, my God. No more buyer or seller talk. Doug, that's from the Warren County Wizard. We talked about it for 45 seconds.
Warren County, I'm going to suspend him for that.
Go!
Warren County Wizard, you've been suspended. You've been suspended a period of 2 days' time. Don't bother to text in anymore for 2 days' time. And a note has been put in your file.
I banned the phrase buyers and sellers, Tim. I'm so sick of it because the Cardinals don't buy or sell. They get middle relievers from Cleveland, okay? Stop. That's why you hit play. It's an embarrassment.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. There was the numbers breakdown. I just thought that was alarming. 5 and 14 is pretty bad. 9 and 10, not asking for a whole lot.
Jackie Paper says, what's the biggest looming question out there for the Cardinals, both from a short-term 2025 perspective and then some bigger picture franchise questions? Doug, that's Stiefel dossier question from Jackson Burkett.
Big picture, I would say, are Walker and Gorman going to become the players you thought they were going to be, or is what we see now what we're going to get?
That's interesting because I would say that's short-term. More so than, because when I'm thinking big picture, I'm thinking, I wonder about the trajectory of the franchise. But maybe I'm on an island on that.
You're talking about attendance and that whole issue?
Yes.
But how different is this team next year?
It won't be.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they're not going to mess around with the pending work stoppage.
Right. Most teams are going to be cautious. And you have, again, under contract, Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, Nolan Arna, all these pieces, your veteran pieces that are locked in, no trades. You'll have Vic Scott back, Brendan Donovan, great player, Mason Wynn, you'll have Herrera, but it's pretty much the same team other than Fetty Michaelis. So now McGreevy at some point will be allowed to leave Memphis at some point. But then maybe Ricefo. I don't know. But we're supposed to find out, I thought.
Maybe Doyle, the guy they just drafted. Maybe he's better than all those guys.
He's almost similar in age to Jordan Walker.
Right. Not too far, yeah.
Tony Clark, the MLBPA executive, celebrated the All-Star game yesterday by holding a private brunch in which he said that if the owners go for a salary cap, it will be institutionalized collusion. And says if that's what they want to do, they're going to have a big problem on their hands, Doug, as we get ready for what could be baseball's significant
the big
moment
problem
of the 21st
will be
century.
Possibly no season. And who could hold on longer? The owners or the players if there's no season.
He says a cap is not about a partnership. A cap is not about growing the game. That's not what a cap is about. As has been offered publicly, a cap is about franchise values and profits. That's what a cap is about. If there are ways that we need to improve the existing system to polish some of the rough edges that otherwise exist, we have made proposals to do that. We will continue to make proposals to do that and believe that is the best way to go. So both Tony Clark and Rob Manfred spoke yesterday in the morning of the All-Star game talking about this. But for Cardinal fans to localize this story, this is why I believe you will not see the Cardinals look all that different from this year to next year. I suppose the only way that I would see it being a material difference is if they were able to trade some of these higher cost players, whether it be in the next couple of weeks or in the offseason. But I do not anticipate them being active in trading for or signing big-time players.
No, probably not.
And so, therefore, the frustration of the fan base and clearly the lack of attendance, I don't expect that to necessarily change. And I understand why they wouldn't talk about it, because it's not an optimistic message for people who are hoping to return to the years that Tony La Russa and many former Cardinals will be celebrating tonight in downtown St. Louis at the Stiefel Theater. But I don't think that that is even remotely close to being around the corner. And so therefore, from a big picture standpoint, as a Cardinal fan and as a St. Louis, and that's what concerns me.
Even Chaim Bloom taking over, as many people that have the Mo fatigue and just anger at Mozeliak that want him out, I don't think that's enough to move the needle. If you got a guy sitting at a podium in October, hey, I got a vision here, and we're going to do it this way, and I'm excited about it, and then you see him again at the winter warm-up in January, I don't think that's exactly going to sell tickets, and it's largely the same team. I would consider later this year, I mean, if he's still tearing it, I'd bring up Weatherholt. I'd just give people something to get excited about. But I think in the meantime, you got to play a guy like Jordan Walker more times than not. I mean, he had an appendicitis with no surgery, and he hasn't been called back up yet. And I get it. If I'm Ollie Marmol, I don't want to roll guys out there that aren't producing. I'm trying to win as many games as I can. But I think you got to start playing Walker almost every day. You got to
right now, or once they really fall out of contention, if they do.
I'd say he's got to play more times than not. Otherwise, you're going into next year again saying the same thing.
Well, I disagree with Tony Clark when he says a cap doesn't grow the game. I think it would grow the game. I think it would grow the game into markets where right now teams have no hope of contending against the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Cubs when it comes to spending on quality players. There's a number of teams that have no hope. And I think if those teams did have hope, I think that would grow the game.
I agree with you. Now, one of the people who covers the game and has been covering the game for a long time, he's been a regular on our show in the past, is Ken Rosenthal. I know he doesn't do local radio interviews. I don't think even if you pay him, he doesn't want to. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he just doesn't want to do it, and good for him. God bless him. If you're in that position not to have to do that type of stuff, God bless. But the reason I bring that up is I really do respect his opinion. I don't think he's in anybody's pocket. I don't think he needs to be saying things to ingratiate himself. And he is of the opinion that baseball is clearly got competitive balance. And what they will do when they cite that is they will talk about how other sports have had these repeat champions and these dynasties, and baseball really hasn't. But I think that it speaks more to the randomness of baseball's expanded postseason as opposed to the way that the championships were determined for a number of years. In other words, put a bunch of teams in short series, and then you're going to get some, I guess for lack of a better term, upsets. But, you know, the best team in baseball will lose 60 times over the course of a season. So therefore, it's really not that much of an upset. And that is how I think baseball has arranged the ability to communicate that there is, you know, some form of variance in the championships. But when it comes to who is going to have the best regular season record, more often than not, the Tigers this year would certainly be an outlier, but more often than not, if you were given 3 teams, you would feel pretty good that you'd be able to pick them. If you were given 3 teams to win the World Series, I don't think I would feel as confident. See what I'm saying? The regular season champion, which of course is not the champion, but the regular season record. And then you get the teams that sneak in, and then they, you know, up until last year, the 6th seed in the National League was the one representing the National League in the World Series. In addition, what that does is it really dilutes any possibility of a trade deadline activity because so many teams are in the mix. And so a bunch of columns during the All-Star break and leading into the All-Star break have been, I don't know what's going to happen on the trade deadline because really all but 5 teams are still in the mix. And that's because you have 12 teams in the playoffs. And, you know, if you're 6 games out of a playoff spot, do you sit there and go, okay, well, we got half the season where we've just told our fan base that we're out. And so now people will cite the Detroit Tigers of last year as the example, even though that was a, you know, lottery ticket situation where they bought and sold at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there probably will be a work stoppage. I think that's going to come to a head this year, or when, what, after 2026?
After the next season.
After 2026.
But they've all but announced it. And I hate the fact you're at the All-Star game. I get it. Logistically, that's where the large group of media are there. It's the time for the commissioner to address a large group of media. But it's the All-Star game, and we're in the background, we're talking about the players' union hating the owners and the owners in collusion. And, oh, by the way, we've got the All-Star game tonight. But I hope behind the scenes, because those two are obviously the mouthpiece for each side, hopefully there's other groups of people that are actually discussing negotiating.
Well, Pete Alonso had 300 home run last night, but what he was talking about is the following, Martin. No one's talking about it, but we all know that they're going to lock us out, and then we're going to miss time. We're definitely going to fight to not have a salary cap, and the league's obviously not going to like that. So Pete Alonso said yesterday that they know they're going to get locked out, and they're just ready for it, but nobody's going to talk about it.
So baseball's slogan, not the Cardinals slogan, but baseball's next year will be getting ready for the lockout. That'll be the whole campaign. All right. Exciting times.
Why can't they negotiate now and prevent a work stoppage? That's from the St. Charles Illini.
That's what we've been saying. Just get to the table.
Well, because the owners want a cap, and the players don't want it.
Non-starter.
And it's a non-starter for both sides, I think. The owners are probably saying it's going to happen. Whether you're a part of the game when it does, that remains to be seen, but it's going to happen. And the players are saying we're not ever going to accept it. It's just a matter of who can break, who can last the longest. I think that's how it'll play out.
Your thoughts are welcome. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day address. That comes your way at approximately 10:45 here on the program. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Design Air is the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Seth Goldcamp has been operating it now for years. He is fourth-generation owner-operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling. And the premise that they have had for years at Design Air Heating and Cooling, going back 100-plus years, is the following: no upselling. We take care of our customers, and then we move on and we earn their business, both now but in the future, by knowing that we're going to take care of them and their heating and cooling system ASAP with no upselling. All you need to do if you run into a problem with your air conditioning during these hot months is go to DesignAirService.com. Doug is a client. Martin is a client. I am a client. We recommend you working with Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. You know, owning a home is one of the best investments you can make, but keeping it comfortable, energy efficient, and looking great, that takes a little extra work. And if you've got drafty old windows, you know exactly what I mean. But this summer, Universal Windows Direct is making it easy to finally tackle that project with an offer you cannot pass up. Right now, you get to choose your offer, pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Seriously, upgrade your home now and relax until next year. Plus, Universal Windows Direct will give you a free in-home window and energy assessment. They'll show you exactly where your windows might be letting in heat and driving up your energy bills, and how new windows can help keep that money in your pocket. So if you want to take care of your home the smart way this summer, don't wait. Call 314-334-2522. That's 314-334-2522, or go to universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today and choose the payment plan that is right for you. Trust me, once you get those new windows in, you'll walk around saying, I love my windows. Doug, can you picture Harry Higgs riding around?
I cannot. I don't know who Harry Higgs is.
Is he the golfer that took his shirt off?
Clip that off.
Or am I thinking of Beef Johnson?
Harry Higgs did take his shirt off.
Okay. I thought.
Did the guy in this video look a little like Pat Morita? Am I making that up?
I can see that.
Mr. Miyagi?
Kind of imagining it. That's what I remember.
He also was the cab driver in Honeymoon in Vegas with Jimmy Kahn, Sarah Jessica Parker, and our guest in the 10 o'clock hour, Nicolas Cage.
Oh, Reverend Nick Cage on? That'd be awesome.
Do you have a Mount Rushmore of bad Nick Cage movies?
I don't know if I could come up with bad. I've kind of only seen the ones that I know are pretty solid.
What's your favorite?
Raising Arizona.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, my favorite then would be 8mm. That's my favorite bad Nick Cage movie.
Favorite bad one?
Yeah, would be 8mm.
He wasn't in Grown Ups 2 by any chance, was he? I don't think he was.
The only one.
Buscemi over him.
Blues releasing their schedule, Doug, at noon today.
Okay.
Home opener comes out at 10 a.m. I added that to the dossier.
I saw that.
I see it's in the
used to
dossier.
put
I can't load it.
bogus lines into the dossier, and I stopped doing that. I think I might get back to it. But that one is 10 a.m. Blues home opener announced. Noon is the full schedule for your St. Louis Blues. Tim, can I address something on the text line? And this has come up a few times.
Are they not happy?
No. Anytime I suggest McGreevy should be here, people have said he's not good. He hasn't been good. My argument is I don't even care if he's bad. I think he should be here. First-round pick who turned 25. But when they say, well, why do you think he'd be any good? Last year he had 3 starts, 20 innings, 5 runs. He was very good last year in limited duty. This year his first outing was May 4th, 5 2/3, 1 hit, no runs. He went from May 4th. He pitched again June 8th at the big league level. And he hadn't been great last couple of starts. 2 out of the last 3, not great. But my point is he should be here. You should find out. He's pitched pretty well at Memphis. You need to find out. And if you're 5-14 and Eric Fetty starts and you're kind of in it, what are you doing here? Why would you roll out a guy that you lose most of his starts? The other guy, even if he's not good, find out. He's 25. I mean, that's the part that just mystifies me.
Well, it goes back to the messaging was this year would be about finding out about people, and then the actual execution of said strategy has oftentimes been the opposite, as the team didn't really do anything, both from a subtracting players in the offseason and, of course, to adding, and that's with all due respect to Michael Hellman. Our
friend of the show.
That's correct. And then eventually Phil Maton.
We made him do MIZ, and then he got shot into the sun for turning his back on the.
He did. So that's one of the elements of the season. I think really when it gets down to it, the modus operandi for 2025 for the Cardinals was slash expenses at all costs, and whatever happens. And it sure would be lovely if the team would have a nice season, and we can offset some of our projected losses on the attendance side because we know we're going to have some losses on the television side. But that isn't a fun thing for an organization to talk about, and so therefore, it's not spoken of.
They have to be shocking losses to them too. When you think of how much money they used to get from the TV and how much they used to get revenue coming in from attendance, it has to be just a major difference. I haven't seen an exact figure. Maybe it's out there, but
so you have that.
I'm sure it's been big.
And then I'm talking when I say that about the television side, and then the attendance side, and you have both of those dropping. And then in general, something that is more abstract, but incredibly important to the conversation because they do impact those objective pieces of data, the dollars, the revenue from the television deal and the attendance deal. And that is interest. And that is the one that if I were in a position of ownership, I'd be concerned about, because that's the one that it's gone from anger to apathy. Not across the board, but that's the one that, to me, I would rather have people be angry than apathetic. And I think it's trending toward apathetic.
And then you're going to go to an offseason where you're not going to add on. The lockout's looming, so the general baseball fan is already kind of displeased. And hopefully you sneak into the playoffs, but if not, it's 3 years in a row. Didn't make the playoffs. Roster's the same. I think big picture, they should be very concerned because as much as you can sit here and say, hey, we're the St. Louis Cardinals, this year has reminded you that that doesn't carry enough weight anymore. People don't just show up because it's baseball. They don't just show up because it's the Cardinal brand. And you're going to go into an off season where the biggest announcement is, hey, Haim's here.
Yeah, and the press
conference. And by all accounts, great talker.
Yeah, he was great. And the one time we got a chance to hear from him.
By all accounts, will be a good face of the franchise, will be good at messaging. But I don't think that's enough to get people all fired up.
How about this? Doug, your favorite columnist at ESPN.com is Bradford Doolittle.
I'm not familiar with his work.
We've quoted him often. He likes a good list, Doug.
He does.
Rankings.
He has just released his 2025 MLB Awards Watch.
Oh, gosh.
For the MVP, the Cy Young, the Rookie of the Year, and the Manager of the Year.
Oh.
2 Cardinal names appear in all of these. And to be clear, it's not just like picking the person who will win, because no Cardinals are projected to win. I don't know if that's going to be really alarming to anybody. But also goes into the top 10 for each category.
Okay.
What 2 names from the Cardinals appear on the list for MVP, Cy Young, Rookie of the Year, and Manager of the Year?
Rookie, manager. Well, Cy Young could only be Sonny Gray. I guess it's possible that he could have a huge second half.
Sonny Gray is not.
Well, I'll be darned.
Currently, Paul Skeens, followed by Wheeler, Sanchez, Gore, Pavetta.
Well, they don't have anybody.
So you're saying there's 2 total.
2 total names.
I think Ali Marmol's probably on the list.
That's exactly right, Martin. And I felt like there was a dead giveaway that I mentioned, Manager of the Year, but that is in the column. The front runner to win Manager of the Year. Anybody want to take a guess? Take a guess. National League. Take a guess. Take a guess. Nurse, Nancy, Chasey
What
Lane.
about Pat Murphy?
That's it. Okay. Second place, Oliver Marmol, St. Louis Baseball Cardinals LLC.
They're a third-place team.
But they weren't expected to do much, Doug. Okay. They're overachieving, if not inspiring.
What about Dave Roberts? He's going to win a division again.
I think Phillies, Dodgers, all the top teams probably get taken off the board.
It's interesting because Thompson's not listed either.
What about Craig Counsell?
He is. He is in 4th place, ahead of Clayton McCullough of the Marlins.
So this is a list where you got to prove you're smarter than everybody else? For sure, of course, you'd pick the winning teams, but I know better. I'm going to pick a guy who's in 3rd place.
He says the front runner is Pat Murphy with a 108 Earl.
Earl?
I don't know what that means.
Not Rushmore of Earls. Earl, the Earl,
AJ Hinch,
Earl Weaver,
Banny Rooster,
Earl
logo
Sandwich,
for TMA,
Earl Sweatshirt. My name is Earl.
Earl Batty, Twins old catcher.
Who is the other Cardinal name that appears on this list?
Well, it can't be anybody for MVP.
So it's a total.
Can't be for Cy Young.
Daddy wants Mason win.
Is there a rookie out there we're missing?
I don't. Herrera's not playing enough. I'm going to say Donovan, just like a top 10 MVP. Maybe.
No, I'll say Herrera for rookie. Is Herrera a rookie?
I don't think so.
He played too much last year.
What about Sampson?
Hampson?
Gary Hampson.
Can we have initials, please?
I don't even know the man's name.
For the record, it could you want to guess who the MVP frontrunner is in the National League?
Otani.
Nice.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Good work, Martin.
Really had to dig deep there.
It's tough.
Pete Curl Armstrong, 2nd. Fernando Tatis Jr., 3rd. Kyle Tucker, 4. James Wood, 5. So 2 Cubs in the top 5. No Cardinals listed in the MVP. No Cardinals listed in the Cy Young. Ali Marmol is 2nd, Doug, with the Earl category.
That was generous.
Fred Bird get nominated for something?
So Rookie of the Year, if it's not Herrera, who, I mean, is Pozo a rookie?
It's Pozo.
Are you serious?
Yes.
No, it's not. Oh,
this
come on.
guy, block him.
Oh, my.
Block him.
He writes for ESPN. I don't know if I have that.
And he thinks Pozo has a chance to be Rookie of the Year.
That is a take. It's a strong take. It's
not.
One of the best takes ever.
It isn't. It isn't a strong take. He's had 93 at-bats.
Currently, who do you think the front runner is in the National League?
Oh, for Rookie of the Year?
Yes.
Hell, I don't know.
James Wood? Is he a rookie?
No, he's not a rookie.
Okay.
Therefore, he's been disqualified.
I don't know.
It's worth a shot.
What is a rookie
Is
anymore?
O'Neal Cruz a rookie or no?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Like,
how about the guy with Milwaukee, the pitcher?
The Miz.
Yeah.
The Miz.
He is not listed.
Not
in
listed.
Pozo's list.
Hell yeah.
Oh, this guy.
I like this Doolittle.
Really on my nerves.
Guys, this is just proof that this team needs more catchers. It's from MD 2020.
Every other hitter. Every other hitter should be a catcher.
The winner, per Bradford Doolittle, is Caleb Durbin of the Brewers. He has 113 acts.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
WashU grad.
He went to WashU?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Second, Chad Patrick of the Brewers. Doug, and then you get down to 8, and they are tied. Liam Hicks of the Marlins, and then Yoel Pozo. Yoel Pozo of the Cardinals, and they are at 104 acts.
He thinks
How many at-bats does he even have?
he might
93.
be Rookie of the Year.
So he has 93 ABs at the
And
break.
I love
He's
Joel
in there.
Pozo.
I do too. Best story, maybe.
Cardinals top 3 in OPS at the halfway point.
What do we got on that?
He's probably. What do we need minimum at bats?
There's no minimum. I'm just doing.
Then Pozo and probably Sajaci.
Herrera.
Herrera's number 2.
Yeah.
Pozo's number 3.
Yes!
Donovan.
Jose Fermin is
I was
number
gonna
1.
say.
For heaven's
Martin's
sakes.
facial expression was telling me there's no way it was Donovan.
It's almost like 12
18
ABs.
at bats.
But-
18 at bats. He leads in OPS, and then Herrera with his 153 at bats. That's a more legitimate sample size.
So when you sit there and you go, well, why isn't the attendance better when you have Fermin, Herrera, and Pozo as your top 3? I'd go down there and watch that.
So Pozo, and I love this guy, and I love the story, and I love the bat toss at Wrigley. He's on someone's Rookie of the Year watch. Okay. Just check.
By the way, the Cardinals are coming for large velocity.
Well, when you do these lists, you can't do the obvious, or people would say, duh, we didn't need that. So you have to come up with controversial names.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Sometimes they're not.
But the awards, when you go through them, you'd be able to name them. MVP in the American League.
Judge.
Okay, nicely done. We already did Ohtani in the National League. Cy Young, American League.
Scooble?
Yeah. NL.
Skeens.
Yeah, there you go. Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Year is a little tougher, I think. Unless there's a real obvious one in the American League, and I would not say that this guy's on the waiver wire, I feel like, in our fantasy baseball league every once in a while. Jacob Wilson of the A's.
His son, Jack Wilson.
He's on the waiver.
His dad was Jack Wilson.
He's just playing like a minute ago. Doesn't it feel like?
That F's me up when that happens, of course. Matt the Bat we're on case in point there.
He's an unreal fielder, too, if I'm not mistaken.
Smoltz did say we are in the era now, and I forget how he phrased it, of all of the second generation. Like, it's unbelievable how many names, Biggio, Guerrero, like all these kids that their dads played. It seems like there's a just massive influx.
They're growing up with batting cages in the basement.
Yeah, but how come?
That's it.
I mean, I guess back in the day they didn't have as much money, so they didn't give them all that opportunity. And now it's just an explosion. All the kids whose dads played at the big league level.
Baseball development's also progressed pretty extensively in that time.
Kenny Van Slyke had 2 kids that were super players.
If Pozo can win this, I imagine his career will take off like Albert's. 2 equal Rookie of the Years. Thanks. That's from White Collar Gangster.
Hell yeah. I don't know about that. I'm all for seeing him play more.
Check out Pozo's minor league numbers. It shocked me that he's raked at every stop. Play him over the other chubster. That's some Table Rock Lake monster.
They have a ton of catchers, and very few of them can actually catch.
There's a growing frustration with the franchise talking about Pages behind the plate with all the pass balls that add up. And I think even now they've changed the narrative. He calls a really good game. He prepares really well. They've stopped saying he's our best defensive catcher, and now they've phrased it more about his preparation and calling of a game.
I think the numbers show that the pitchers perform better.
His
when
ERA,
he's catching.
when he is behind the plate, the pitcher's ERA is pretty good. But I don't think he's, Pudge Rodriguez back there, as they've sometimes made it sound.
Can't they work with Herrera and get that bat behind the plate? And get the DH spot to someone else, another big hitter? Wouldn't that be considered a high priority, is maybe spend the offseason really working with Herrera to be a better defensive catcher?
Didn't think we'd talk about that today.
Well, here we are.
Classic. If you look at it right now, your right fielder is who? Alec Burleson, right? Your center fielder largely is Vic Scott. Your left fielder is Newt. Where's Herrera? Okay, he's my DH. Okay, who's my second baseman? Donovan. Who haven't I mentioned? Gorman and Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Gorman and Walker.
Yeah, but both could be in the mix if Herrera was the catcher.
Then Gorman's your DH.
Didn't Jackson nominate his buddy for TMA Listener Rookie of the Year 2 years in a row? Thanks. That's from Clevie Wade.
Yeah, it was an ode to Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons.
Yeah. It was an ode to
He's
him.
injured or not injured?
He was injured his rookie year, and then his second year he won Rookie of the
And
Year.
who was it? Sweet Kai?
Yeah. Yep. Or maybe Herb. Both.
Herb.
Yeah, both good. I don't think either of them won, so it doesn't matter.
No.
It was a nomination.
Yeah.
A little feather in the cap.
Well, sure. Okay.
If we would have gotten Pozo in the Rosarena trade instead of Libertor, we would have won that trade. That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull.
Libertor keeps it up. That trade's going to be looked at differently than it has been over the past couple of years.
Rosarena was in the All-Star game last night.
I'm just saying.
So he's still performing pretty well.
Yeah.
And Libby has been great. We can call him that. He's pitched well. ERA is around 4, I think, maybe over 4. Although I guess nowadays that doesn't matter.
The last couple of years, Rosarena certainly wasn't what it was in 2020.
No, he had that one off-season or postseason when he was Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
I'm the 2023 TMA Rookie of the Year, and my wife thought it was hot when she heard Tim announce it on the air. Not because I won, but because she heard Tim's voice. That's from Mr. Licks, Doug. 2023 TMA Rookie of the Year, and he beat out Sweet Kai in one of the many years he was nominated.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Now it's on to Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland as the Open Championship gets underway tomorrow morning. I'm talking real early with tee times around 12:30 at 0 dark 30 for the earliest tee times tomorrow morning, technically, for the Open Championship. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Pretty good, Doug.
Well, yeah.
Isn't it cool that Victor Scott, he's Victor Scott the second, and his number is 11?
How about that?
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that.
That's why he did it.
Too.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com, and you can call them. Doug, do you want to guess the phone number? I mean, I'm putting you on the spot.
I believe it's 314-222-2222.
There it is. Ed Herman was in yesterday. Andy Crouppen, Terry Crouppen come in studio. Longtime presenting sponsors here on TMA, and if you are looking for an attorney and you're sitting there going, well, I've heard from other people, and their offices aren't in St. Louis. I don't know if it really matters. You want somebody local.
Yes.
That's Brown and Crouppen, somebody committed to the community. That's Brown and Crouppen. You're going to get great service, wonderful counsel, and you are going to have somebody right here in the area who knows the legal environment. It's Brown and Crouppen, and they're online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling, I can't remember the number,
314-deuce-deuce-deuce.
I like that, Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Well, they just did it. The Blues home opener has been announced. The full schedule will be announced at 12 p.m. The St. Louis Blues will open the 2025-2026 campaign at home on October 9th at 7 p.m. against the Minnesota Wild. Hello again, everybody.
Okay.
So it's a Thursday night.
Okay.
That's
great.
October 9th, Doug.
I'd like you to get us ready for it or something. I thought there'd be something there.
Well,
like break down what the Wild are doing.
It's a great division game right out of the gate, Doug.
Right. Fabulous division game. I'm talking right out of the gate.
One of those teams you got to stay in front of in that competitive
This is a team
Central.
you don't want to play behind them. You got to stay out in front of them in the competitive Central Division.
What worries you about Minnesota?
The thing about Minnesota is they can beat you offensively. If they score a few goals, if they score 4 or 5, they're going to be tough to beat. And if you don't score, the thing about Minnesota, you have to outscore them to beat them.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Which separates them from the other teams in the league.
What if it's tied? Will there be a swing-off?
If there's a tie, we'll go ahead and we'll play overtime and try to settle it that way. And if not, a shootout.
Okay.
So this is really, for that reason alone, it makes this a particularly interesting season opener.
You are a special man.
Is it Joe?
That is producer Joe. Tim, when you retire, they need to put a statue of you outside with a microphone just like they have with Jack Buck downtown. Some Car Wash Dave. Martin's now in the position where he covers his ear.
Which I also think looks like the Jack Buck statue. Does he have his hand over his ear?
Right. Speaking of which, Joe Buck is going to be on the program tomorrow, approximately 9 o'clock.
Fresh off his hosting duties for the LaRussa event tonight at Stiefel.
And I saw that either today or yesterday was Mike Shannon's birthday. I think he needs to have his jersey or something number retired.
Or maybe a statue over there.
He needs to be on the wall out there in left field.
People were mad when he died, and then the Cardinals had a press conference, and then they announced the Stiefel patch, and we love Stiefel. But I think people thought the announcement was going to be about a Shannon patch at the time. Yeah, I would like to see some sort of – he is a Red Jacket Hall of Fame member.
Right.
But after all those years, as popular as he was, they would be – yeah, I think they need to do something Shannon-related.
Yeah, I do too. Because he was such a, for more than half a century, he was one of the main voices of the team. And a player on top of that, World Series champion on top of that.
I think his statue should just have like a little sounder machine that you can press.
Just laugh.
Hear the laugh, maybe the kitty cat. maybe the pools, Wrigley Homer against Kerry Wood, whatever. You just get to go up and interactive.
He needs to be out there with the smaller statues there, not the usual.
Right, but right on that corner.
Obviously. Yeah, the corner where there's 6 or 7 others, he should be out there.
Guys, the Blues opener is a primer for Bama at 11 a.m. 2 days later. M-I-Z, bitch of the SEC. Come on, ESPN, let the calluses heal in your knees from Alabama. It's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Gosh.
And he is not happy with the 11 a.m. kickoff for Roll Tide. I share his opinion.
So if you go to the Blues opener and you go into the Mizzou game, you're probably shutting her down Friday the 10th.
Yeah, you're taking it easy, but you'll have a pony on Thursday in downtown St. Louis and a very early pony in Columbia, Missouri on that Saturday.
And probably the Blues will play again Saturday night. So you get 2 Blues games sandwiched around the Mizzou game.
There you go.
Gabe.
That's Tiger Terry. He's getting ready, as is many TMA listeners, for Gabe's post-game shows. I imagine the Colonel. Is Colonel going to be on with? I'm just assuming he is.
Yeah,
At some point, Gabe, in a couple weeks ago, hey, am I doing the show again this year?
Yeah.
I go, I think so. I don't know.
As far as I know.
There you go, Doug. Colonel Power Mizzou.
Okay. Well,
Shane Beamer is Jackson's least favorite coach. Here's what he has to say about South Carolina winning the national championship, Doug. Is he your least favorite coach? Am I right? I feel like you got a thing with him, don't you?
Oh, he'd be way up there. I really dislike him.
Doug, does Shane Beamer bother?
Brian Kelly, you think is just weird, man.
Yeah, he's just weird. You know, it's not hateable as much. Oh, here's what Shane Beamer had to say.
Okay,
I'll ponder my most hated coaches during the audio.
We have to earn our respect, and we've got to do it consistently. And when the rankings or predictions come out this week, I mean, the normal schools are going to be probably right up there at the top. And when I say the normal ones, the ones that have been picked near the top for pretty much the last 20 years in the SEC in a lot of ways. So we've certainly got to earn our respect. But my point to Paul and my point to anyone is we've shown we can do it. In this league, if you show you're one of the best teams, which we've beaten so many of the best teams in this league. There's teams that we haven't, but as you continue to recruit and continue to develop, yeah, absolutely, it's attainable. And I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was, Jordan. I didn't come here to go 7-5 every year. I came to South Carolina to compete for championships, and we're there, and we're continuing to develop and get better as well.
Hike. Oh, I like the sound.
Dabo. I don't know why I was messing around. Dabo's funny, for sure.
That's your number one disliked coach.
Yeah.
And what does he do that you dislike?
Run out on the field before all of his players. Most look-at-me thing and possibly all of organized sport.
You mean he's several yards ahead of the rest of the team?
He runs out first. He runs down. He touches Howard's rock, I think, and then he sprints out there a good 20 to 30 yards in front of all of his players.
Oh.
Look at me. I'm the coach. The focus should be on me, and he's hauling ass down that field.
A lot of coaches couldn't do that.
He's as the years go on, one of those days. If he, I hope,
knees going?
Well, I don't wish an injury on anybody, but he better keep that stretching routine robust. Otherwise, that thing's going to pop off the bone.
That'd be a bad look to pop a hamstring as you run out and get trampled by 90 players right behind you.
He's high-kneeing it, too. Like, it's really aggressive. And he's in khakis. Like, it's just, you're asking for trouble.
Khaki shaming in front of Doug, and that isn't cool.
You think he's envisioning Pamplona, and he's like, I got to just haul, man.
It's just, look at me, look at me, look at me.
For the record, South Carolina is plus 6,500 per FanDuel to win the national championship, which Shane Beamer is talking about doing. Doug, the Missouri Tigers, you want to guess what Missouri is to win the national championship?
I don't have any idea.
Plus 22,000 is the right answer.
Plus 22,000.
ILL is plus 19,000.
Okay.
Is your Heisman Trophy winner Lenora Sellers? I think so. Lenora Sellers is pretty far down the list on odds-on favorites to win the Heisman Trophy. I'm high on that Lenora Sellers. I think
I'm selling my stock a little.
You're selling your Lenora Sellers stock?
I think everyone's just a touch too high on him. True freshman last year, maybe a red shirt. But for some reason, whenever you think something's going to go great in college football, opposite tends to happen, especially for what I would consider a fringe SEC school, and I would consider Missouri a fringe SEC school as well.
Stop it! Stop
You're
it
trying
now.
to be fair. You're trying to be fair.
A non-blue blood. I'm extremely I'm trying to be self-aware. Missouri, very much so a fringe SEC program, along with South Carolina. And when you think a lot of times those teams are going to be great, see Missouri last year, And they got 10 wins, 9 in the regular season. But that's where I'm at.
A fringe SEC program.
That's probably the wrong word.
I am already posting on Power Mizzou from my burner.
Yeah. And you've been offered a scholarship.
Yeah.
That's true.
Lenore Sellers is plus 1,900 to win the Heisman Trophy. Doug, you want to guess the favorite? I think you can if you think about it, if you really put yourself to the test.
To win the Heisman?
Yes. Plus 700.
Which year are we talking about?
This year, actually.
Okay. What trophy?
It's the Heisman Trophy. Martin, these are Doug's delay tactics.
Well, it's got to be a quarterback. You know that.
Nice.
How about Manning?
Yes! I knew it if you reasoned through it.
All right.
Manning plus 700. For the record, Bo Prabula down in Columbia plus 10,000.
I have a hard time saying Bo Prabula. So I'm thinking maybe Sam Horn will win the job.
Because it's tough to say Bo Prabula?
Bo Prabula is hard to say for me.
Try Prabula.
Prabula.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the boo.
Yeah.
Bo Prabula.
Rutgers,
that helps. That
Rutgers, Bula Bula. That's what Chris Moltisanti said to Jackie Jr.
Bo Prabula. It helps a little.
Hey, guys, is the Blues Wild game opening night or just the home opener? It's from Merp the Barbarian.
Good question.
What's the question again?
Like, is it their first game of the season? Is that what they're asking?
Okay. Is it a season opener?
We'll know at noon. That is when they are announcing.
Okay.
So I guess it's possible, but that feels like a Thursday. That feels like the first game of the year.
I tend to agree with you on that.
It's like, I don't think they'd open on a Tuesday in Carolina or whatever. I think that's probably your first game.
I tend to agree with you as well. Martin, I know you got onboarding. You stuck around for extra time. I guess Heim.
Last week, I would just be told, get out. Get out.
Who was that, Kwame Boyakis the fourth?
Oh, by the way, he just asked if Schertz would stop by. Schertz was supposed to. I think it was last week. And then he said, can I reschedule? So I think Coach Schertz will join us soon.
Yeah, he says, if we're going to talk about local teams who aren't playing, can I please request Coach Schertz sometime in the near future?
So we'll get his take on running out
any team other than the St. Louis Cardinals. We cannot discuss.
No.
Why is Martin still there? We want KG. That's from Big Tuft.
Oh, jeez. Maybe Big Tuft is KG.
Wow.
Conspiracy theory.
Wow, and wow. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming your way here in about a half hour. Shooter McGavin and Dalton are tied for the lead so far here in the month of July. It's TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They're on the same street the company is headquartered on today, where it was founded way back when in 1890. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Should have known better than cheat a friend. Chance that I'd been given. Oh, it puts it in perspective.
It really does.
Another song that got really big off of TikTok. Well, Second Life had a second life.
Yeah.
because
And
of
what would
TikTok.
happen when people were posting videos while playing Careless Whisper? And is this by George Michael or by Wham?
It's on a Wham album, but it's listed as a George
thing,
Michael
right?
song.
All right.
Yeah. Like on, Doug, you remember, on Drake and Future's collab mixtape, What a Time to Be Alive.
Oh,
there are
gosh.
2 separate tracks where it's just Drake and just Future, and they make sure to specify that.
Oh, do they?
So I think it's the same thing with that Wham album.
And that happened with Outkast's 2003 album as well, right? There was Big Boys and there was Andre 3000.
Yeah, right. Different
The
tracks.
Love Below.
Right. Different tracks. Having different ones. There's like a part, I actually was playing the remix from TikTok. Right there's like a part of the song where like the music under the lyrics cuts out. It gets very dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
So people would use that in like dramatic videos on TikTok.
And that's just to get a few more views and a few likes. And
No, it's making a TikTok. Yeah.
okay. But the purpose of making the video is just to amuse yourself.
Well, now you're getting into an existential question about social media. What is the point of posting stuff on there? You know?
Yeah.
Scottie Scheffler. Existential. This is an existential
I don't know
nurse. Has
that
anybody
it
seen
is.
my nurse program? I got the Spread Zone coming up at 11 o'clock with Anthony Stalter of the Fast Lane and Riz of the Rizzuto Show on 105.7 The Point. And that video will be posted on all of the different YouTube channels and the podcast platforms because I know people are waiting to fire their wagers on what I say with the Tam Avenue Capital Partners track record. Sure, we've had a lot of cash calls this year.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's on them.
Thank you. Not my fault.
Not on you. No.
I've got some plays I'm looking forward to release on the Spread Zone, which I will be shooting here in about 39 minutes. In about 29 minutes, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way here on the program. At the top of the hour on 101 ESPN, BK and Ferrario coming up on this program. Last night in the All-Star game, you of course had the Kyle Schwarber swing off 3 home runs to win it, of course. But you also had Freddie Freeman returning to Atlanta and getting emotional in his interview with Ken Rosenthal right before the game started.
Freddie, you played here 12 years. Yeah. You won a World Series with the Atlanta Braves, and now you're here for your 9th All-Star game. What kinds of emotions are you experiencing tonight?
I think all of them. My hands are sweating right now. The ovation I got earlier, it's special. I watched this place get built. There's a red pennant up there that's so special to me, and it's an honor to be back.
You did get a warm reception and introductions. What would you like to say to this crowd?
Oh, man, I could be here all day talking to these fans. You guys mean, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. My first 12 years, I got to spend in this wonderful city, so you guys gave me standing ovations when I've come back. You guys cheered for me, watched me before I became a father and a husband, and now back here as a husband and father with 3 awesome boys. So thank you guys for everything, and hopefully I can get another hit for you guys tonight.
Freddie, thanks very much. Have a great night. Joe, back to you.
Base hit. Freddie Freeman, Hall of Famer?
Yeah, probably.
He's going to be. He's probably going to have more than 2,400 hits after this season, and he's 35.
One of the most likable guys you could think of.
Yeah,
I was surprised he was that old. I didn't think he spent 12 years in Atlanta. I would have guessed 8 or 9, maybe.
He was on that team that the Cardinals chased down in 2011, if memory serves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. One of the most high-waisted gentlemen you'll ever see play the sport of baseball.
Rushmore of high-waisted gentlemen.
The man is all legs.
George Hendrick was kind of high-waisted, wasn't he? That's how I remember it.
I think it's a good look for baseball.
High-waisted?
Yeah.
I think he might be a Hall of Famer.
Freddie Freeman is considered a very strong likelihood to be a Hall of Famer. While not a lock in the traditional sense, like, say, a 3,000-hit, 500-home run player, his combination of longevity, high-level performance, and postseason accolades make a strong case.
He's going to need probably a little less than 600 hits to get to 3,000, and he's only 35, so if he plays another, and he's still going strong, showing no signs of slowing down at all, I think he could get to 3,000.
Yeah. 2-time World Series champion. Braves and Dodgers.
I guess that's right.
Yeah. I know that isn't like a
no.
MLB
You get caught up in him being high waisted and you forget some of the stats.
It's true,
That's
man.
the thing. The high waisted thing will knock you off. I understand that.
I saw a video where he was on Halloween taking his kids out to Halloween when he was in Atlanta, and a couple of kids running around the neighborhood close to him were dressed as Freddie Freeman.
Nice.
They had their little kid baseball uniform, Freddie Freeman, and he was introducing himself. He says, "Hi, I'm Freddie Freeman."
That's awesome.
Kids were going crazy.
That's so cool. I love that.
Hey, guys, can Jackson move closer to the camera so we can get to see how his beard is looking? Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Every day, just a little bit thicker.
You get closer and closer. Probably bad lighting. Lord knows it's a bad angle of me. It's developing.
Yeah.
I get people saying like, "Oh, you're growing a beard." It's not like, "Oh, I like the beard." It's, "Oh, you're growing a beard." And I'm like, "Oof." And then they miss the window to compliment it, and then I just feel really self-conscious.
There's only a certain window?
Once you recognize like a beard or something or a haircut, you have 5 seconds to compliment it.
Yes.
Otherwise, it then feels empty.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think about everybody in the world loves my beard except my wife? Which then makes me think she knows how hot I look with my beard.
There you go.
That she wants me all to herself and not some of these guys who really like the beard.
3D chess.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think it's a good theory.
She wants you all to herself because of your natural beauty?
And this beard, which makes me even cuter.
Oh, I see.
Clean shaving every other day seems like a real ordeal.
Well, what I do, little Jackie Papers, is I'll shave my head with the wall peanut. This is not a live read. I want that clear. No YOLO around here. We'll wait for Vitali on Friday.
That's right.
And then I'll just go, I'm shaving my head. Why don't I trim my beard, too, with the very same wall peanut?
Yeah. Okay. So you're very much used to, and shaving with like an electric razor is a whole different world than throwing shaving cream on your face and doing it with a 3-blade.
Yeah. You could have nicks and cuts.
That, and then there's the whole ordeal of putting the shaving cream on your face.
Too much. I can shave in about 20 seconds.
Is that right? Really?
Because with the electric razor.
Yeah.
And it works the best. You don't get like a close shave, but who cares?
Do you think you can ride that thing out till the end of the month?
End of the month? Yeah, I could go to the end of the month.
2 weeks?
I'll trim it. I'm going to trim it because it gets awfully bushy in the neck area.
Oh.
And that is a look for the incels, not I.
That is a look for the incels, not I.
Are you hoping to grow some hair out of your ears?
Not hoping.
Mm-hmm. It's coming.
Expecting.
Yeah, it's coming.
I'm expecting, pretty much any orifice to...
I'm always confused by the people who have just shocks of hair coming out of their ear, and they never do anything about it.
Maybe
you don't look in the mirror and say, maybe I should trim that. You never think of that?
I think we run with different crowds. I don't really see a lot of ear hair.
Well, it comes for older gentlemen, for sure.
Like when you're having like a pudding party.
But Jackson, you find Lindy Ruff attractive.
Yeah, does he have a lot of ear hair? If he does, we can get that taken care of.
I don't know.
Anything for
it's
the Rough Rider.
Really odd that you wouldn't do something about that when it
couldn't agree more.
You.
If you can see it, if it's visible, like if it's eclipsing the ear.
Yeah, or hair coming out of the nose.
I have a little mini electric guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's exclusively for the ear hair and the nose hair.
Oh, that's good, yeah. You need that. It doesn't seem like a lot to ask of a gentleman.
No, it's the little things.
The hair coming out of your ear.
You ever shave your chest?
I don't have to.
Clip that off.
No, Chairman just instantly drop that Henley.
Email in. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in about 15 minutes. The program is called TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. World Series. Hey. World Series. Right. Teeny Caprice. It's hard not to get fired up.
I think after hearing this, I think the Cardinals will probably go ahead and win the World Series now. I've changed my perspective. I don't see what's going to stop them. What's happening to the music?
Oof.
Albie?
That didn't age well.
No, it didn't age well, and someone went early on that.
You would have liked to see him do another take. Maybe use the shears.
They record that little bridge there, and then one of them, maybe it's just one person recording it twice, went just a touch early, jumped the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's a critic, you know what? But this makes me think of Teddy Roosevelt and the Man in the Arena.
It's true. Everyone is a critic.
Happened to Andy Hanselman with the Dotem song.
Yeah, well, he couldn't hear the music that was being played, which is tough.
Mentality. If you're dealing with low energy motivation, if you're recording Taylor Swift knockoffs. Mentality is where you can get help. Weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, or irritable. Mentality can help you out. A local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. I went there, got tested, super easy, in and out within 20 minutes, friendly staff. I recommend getting tested at Mentality, where they focus on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find an offer or a limited time deal at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Mentality, longtime sponsor here on The Morning After. The Morning After is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we welcome you to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646, by calling in 314-974-0101, or emailing for our upcoming Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, I don't know if you saw this in the Stiefel dossier.
What?
Clearing the deck. What's more frustrating, losing your car keys, your wallet, or your cell phone? That is today's Clearing the Deck from Little Jackie Papers.
Keys, wallet, or phone. It depends on if you have to go somewhere, then keys override everything else.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't get to work, you're not going to be needing the wallet or the cell phone.
So you're going keys number one?
I think so, because you can't leave the house without the keys.
I think in 2025, cell phone is the answer. Because losing your wallet, unless you're carrying a lot of cash, which I don't think is going on very often, you can still use your cards with your phone.
That's right.
You can order stuff online so easily. And, if you lose your wallet, you cancel a couple of credit cards. It takes 2 minutes. Cell phone, you lose that.
Well, it's panic time for sure.
It was a couple of months ago where, Verizon wireless was down everywhere across the country, and I couldn't get Wi-Fi either. And I truly felt like I was Tom Hanks in Castaway. I was just so disconnected from the world. I was so nervous that people were trying to contact me and I couldn't respond. It really sent me for a loop.
Yeah,
which is probably
Jackson
more
texted me to tweet out his Jokic take.
Yeah,
really,
right? Yeah,
because you had that burden.
I just started sending Tim texts hey, we gotta. I'm worried about Kyle Lowry's, longevity here.
Were you really?
Yeah. Fred VanVleet, is he worth the money? I need these takes out there. The people need it.
I know that losing your phone is a panic for a lot of people, but again, if you can't get in your car to go where you want to go,
I have my phone. I'll Uber. Boom.
That's really what you're going to do. You're going to Uber everywhere.
Checkmate.
Until you find keys. Then you won't have keys for another few days.
Yeah.
Think of the hassle.
Oh, you're telling me. I mean, none of these things are fun to lose. You just lost a remote. You can tell us better than anybody.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, maybe losing a remote should have been included in there. I find that Apple TV remote.
The little thin one?
Yeah. It's torture.
Yeah, it needs a couple more buttons. It's there's a mouse pad on there. Get that out of there. It's 2 buttons. Where do I pause? Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, I don't have one.
Oh, I mean, it's the tiniest of remotes, but the guy that I have handle all of my technology comings and goings and goings and comings, I believe that's the name of his business.
You have like your own personal geek squad?
Wallbrand Technologies, Aaron Wallbrand. No Yola. And he goes, I love that remote. I go, well, if you love it, you know what you're talking about, but me and my wife, we lose it all the time. Can't find the damn thing. And then it just becomes, you're trying to, I've already snorted so many damn sleeping pills, I don't even know where I am. And now I got to find a remote, too.
Yeah. You're doing the icky shuffle to bed because there's just so many pills in you.
Oh, it's the most tilting damn thing in the world. It's because it's this tiny little remote, Doug. So in clearing the deck, perhaps what's more frustrating, losing your car keys, your wallet, or your cell phone, or your remote should have been included, especially considering I gather that was a hot topic while I was vacationing in the Hamptons.
I was concerned for Doug. Yeah, the Apple TV remote's super easy to lose, too, being so thin and slick. It's slick as hell.
Like a bar of soap.
Yeah, it feels like
so is your phone until you put a
case on it. You got to.
Yeah.
I don't. Do you trust people that have no case on their phone, just raw dogging it like that? It's crazy. It's like $1,000.
People I don't trust. I don't trust that they're not going to drop their phone and break it.
You know, technology and stuff.
That's what it is.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That's coming your way in about 5 minutes. That is an admission of being woke, Papers. Oh, no, you're not connected. What will I do? Maybe read a book, loser. That's from the Wars.
How'd that feel? Exactly.
But then I talk about reading books, and everyone's like, loser. You know, read your Nancy Drew novels, you dummy. Like, I can't win.
I fight with the Apple TV remote nightly. It's the worst. I have plugs bigger than that thing. Doug, that's from caller Buzz, who won the June 2023 TMA Listener of the Month.
When he says he has plugs bigger, he's talking about earplugs?
I don't think so.
Oh, no.
Guys, you can use your phone for your Apple TV remote. That's what I do. I think I need to do that. That's right.
Yeah, you can do that. For Apple TV, though, I don't think you can do that for, like, YouTube TV. But maybe. I don't know.
I might actually dig into that today.
Yeah, because wouldn't that be helpful? You didn't have to worry about that.
How can I Google pictures of Tim without my phone? That's from Merp the Barbarian.
Screenshot them. Print them out.
Losing your wife's cord to her Sibian while she's out of town. Oops. That should have been included in clearing the deck. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
No.
You can use Find My to find a remote. That's from Wrinkly Taints.
Overhandling.
Excuse me?
It's overhandling. Well, to find my remote, it's going to tell me, like, hey, it's in between the couch. It's just going to give me the location of my home. Like, I know it's in my home. I need an exact location. It doesn't have, like, a blueprint of my house. Maybe it does. I don't think that. I don't have any air tags or anything like that. I'm kind of at the mercy. If I lose something, it's kind of lost.
Yeah, I think the air tags might be the move.
For a suitcase, I'm thinking that's the move. Like if you're checking a suitcase on an airplane, I think that's really the move.
Sometimes it's not foolproof.
Really?
Yeah. I keep getting alerts. Oh, your baggage did not come with you, and then we get there and the baggage is with us.
Yeah, I don't like that.
All right. Somebody said their mom emailed in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day today. But he wants us to disregard the email. Also,
no, we're not going to. That's going to be the first one read.
Welcome back, Sir Tim the Knight. That's from the Springfield Mud Tosser. So I guess, if he welcomes me back as Sir Tim the Knight, I don't know if I can read his email. We'll find out if Chairman Kurt has it in the filtered file. The design, air, heating, and cooling email today is next. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. And if you go online right now, you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. It's Michael's Flooring, which has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. Michael's passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he's making sure he gets the best installers, giving him $7 a square yard in compensation, which is great compensation in this industry. industry. That's $7 a square yard. If you are interested, go online at igotfloored.com. Or you can come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason he's continued to grow throughout the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The St. Louis Blues will open the 2025-2026 regular season at home against the Minnesota Wild on Thursday, October 9th, 7 p.m. at the Enterprise Center. The complete 2025-2026 regular season schedule will be available today at noon at stlouisblues.com and the Blues app. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Don't you like this one?
Come on. This is trash.
Cut it off.
This was doing big numbers in the late aughts.
This.
Oh, yeah. Black Eyed Peas.
Okay.
Generational run they went on.
Mm-hmm.
Another TikTok song, too.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that was profanity.
Yeah, wonderful
clean
music.
version.
I think that was profanity.
I dumped it. That was the
tonight
clean
I will
version.
sit down with my 7-year-old son and my 3-year-old son, and I will attempt to explain that to them, but I don't know if I can.
We gotta Apple Music. We gotta talk about the E next to the song, and when it's not on there, it's the clean version, and you can't say the S word in the clean version.
Does
It's on
how you
Apple.
explain this to your 3 boys
It's
tonight?
a sign of it's horrible music if you can't just play it.
I dumped it. Damn.
If it's vile and vulgar and an FCC violation to just play it, it's probably lousy music.
If you can't trust Fergie, I don't know who you can trust anymore.
But Will I Am. What about App the App?
What was the other one? Taboo, Never Speaks.
I don't know.
I think Taboo. I think that's the other one's name.
In Black Eyed Peas?
Yeah.
Have some standards.
What?
Jackson,
if you can't keep curse words out of your
exactly.
songs,
We're
don't
trying to
play.
do a
What?
show here. I'm breaking down the Cardinals and Diamondbacks series and the Blues and Wild opener.
Right.
And all of a sudden, I got profanity on. And my kids are going to look at me tonight and say, why, Father, why?
They won't know what to do.
Yeah, it's taboo.
Right. It said the clean version. What am I doing? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Have fun with your FCC fine, ho.
Wow.
Ouch. Maybe we can get a GoFundMe
Send that to Tim Cook and Apple.
Doug, good news. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Wow. Filtered file. Chairman Kurt was sighing while reading some of the emails that didn't make it to the filtered file.
Well, some are not great.
Producer Joe used to say comedy is hard, and that's another one of his very eloquent sayings that holds true with this program.
If my stepdad was here, he would tell me to keep the yakking to the college boys. So like my boyfriends in the bedroom, I'll make this fast. When I was 10 years old, my pop said, son, it's a truly lucky man who knows what he wants to do in this world, because that man will never work a day in his life. But there are a few, a precious few, and hell, I don't know if they're lucky or not, but there are a few people who find something they have to do. Something obsesses them. Something that if they can't do it, it's going to drive them clean out of their mind. And I'm that guy. And I know a man that can help me achieve that destiny. His name is Tim McKernan. And together we will create magic. And together we are to make history too. Stop it. The Email of the Day contest. My name is Injun Joe's Cave Ride, and I write erotic emails.
Injun Joe's Cave Ride.
Magic Man.
Magic Man. And he writes erotic emails.
What is that, the Scooby-Doo ride now? Is that right? Is that the Scooby-Doo ride?
Yeah, I haven't been up there for a while.
It was a time tunnel when I was getting into heavy petting. Talking about awards, I've got some awards for you. Most prepubescent beer, Jackson, the People's Republic Burkett. You're now going by the People's Republic of Jackson?
People are so dumb. Truly. Like, are your brain falling out of your ears?
Oh.
Most perfect, Tim, the Great One McKernan. Most improved, Marvin Kilcoyne. Hottest radio boy of the year, Doug Vaughn. That's from Doug Vaughn's Oil
Doug.
Boy. Congratulations, you are the hottest radio boy.
How many years
of the
is
year.
Oil Boy? Did I hear Oil Boy?
20-some-odd years. Doug Vaughn's Oil Boy.
Remember Oil Can Boyd with the 86 Red Sox?
I do,
Did he
yeah.
start game 2?
I don't know
Chase
what game he
Tatum?
started. He's a good right-hander.
Why'd they call him Oil Can?
I forget the story
You had
behind
Bruce
that.
Hurst, you had Roger Clemens, Oil Can Boyd. Who was the fourth starter on that 86 Red Sox team?
Oh, jeez.
Got to do show prep, man. You got to do show prep.
Al Nipper?
Might have been Al Nipper.
Tom Seaver?
St. Louis' own.
Did Tom Terrific pitch against the Mets in 86?
That's what AI Overview's telling me.
Really?
They also said that
I don't ever remember
was
Seaver
left-handed.
on the Red Sox. Did Tom Seaver pitch for the Red Sox?
Chairman Kurt?
Yes.
He did?
I don't know, Doug. Let's go to the next email.
Okay.
What kind of Shishawali professional sporting event ends with an abbreviated home run derby contest? TMA has already solved the issue with players leaving in the 5th inning and fans by the 8th when helmet nachos are no longer available. Starting in 2026, a tied game will be determined with Release the Hoosier. Each team will have 3 players trying to catch the Hoosier, and the losing side gets relegated to HD2 broadcast for the rest of the season. You want to make it meaningful? How about Randy Arozarena has to play a round of golf with the highest bidding team who may or may not know who he is? Jazz Chisholm now has to host a Girls Next Door contest, and Tarek Skubal has to arrange a random boxing event. It's a ratings bonanza. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of keyboards. We put the 8 next to the 9.
Shooter McGavin.
Seaver did play for the Red Sox. He did not appear in the World Series because he had a knee injury.
How about that, Doug?
Okay.
Maybe it's from the rocket you hit back up the middle on him.
Could have been. He couldn't have been there very long, right?
No, he got traded midway through the 86 season and then...
and didn't play because he was hurt?
Yeah. Well, he played, but he didn't play in the World Series because of a knee injury.
Okay.
It says Bob Ojeda started games for the Red Sox in 86. I thought he was on the Mets.
At some point, he definitely was.
Hell, I don't know.
No, I don't either
16
anymore.
starts for Tom Terrific in Boston in 86.
Morning. Sorry in advance, fellas. Mama Mud Tosser's email is off. She grew up with a carport, is a closet Cubs fan, and thinks Aquaport campouts are considered a vacation. She also doesn't acknowledge the knighting of a Sir Tim the Greatest, so she can go practice lawn darts on 270. Thanks. That's from the Springfield Mud Tosser.
Springfield Mud Tosser.
P.S. Doug, the safe word today is Kyle Schwarber's chocolate long john. When you get long johns, do you get chocolate or vanilla?
Oh, I'll go off the board and say maple.
Can I get cinnamon?
Ooh, I didn't even know that was an option.
Yeah, is that an option?
I don't know, but I don't need it.
There's a cinnamon spread? Cinnamon icing?
I like the cinnamon twist.
I do too.
Yeah.
That might be my go-to.
Yeah.
And then I participate in self-loathing. The room was tense. Deadlines loomed. And what one Twitter user called the golden era for print journalism, the war room at the Associated Press knew that they had to absolutely stick the landing on the story on the NHL's emergency backup goalie situation. Sure, they were able to speak with Stanley Cup winning Marc-Andre Fleury, second on the all-time wins list behind only Martin Brodeur. But when jobs and legacies are on the line, you have to give the tens and tens of people who read these stories a little something extra. You have to stand out. So who do you call to get a quote and really take that story to the next level? Mr. Goalie Glenn Hall, 2019 Stanley Cup runner-up Patrick Waugh, third all-time winningest netminder Manny Legacy's third?
No.
He was fourth.
He's fourth now.
Yeah, okay.
Nope. You call the guy making sure that when the heavy Debbie gets done with her Zumba class at the Herculaneum YMCA, she can grab a Mr. Pibb Zero, a Snickers, and some Cheez-Its out of the vending machine in the lobby. You know, protein and stuff. Was Goldberg from the Mighty Ducks series unavailable? Worried that Jack, the star of 2000 Oscar winner for Best Movie Ever, MVP, Most Valuable Primate, the trailblazing film that sparked the chimpanzee and sports fusion MVP trilogy, might say something a little too controversial? And that's how the AP landed on Daddy Padre, a man whose ability to stack the pillows is rivaled only by his ability to fool a long-running, hyper-localized morning drive sports talk show into thinking he was a middle linebacker for the local NFL team that would soon leave for a real city. And that is the rest of the story. That's from Paul Harvey, Milk Mustache.
Paul Harvey, Milk Mustache.
Doug, that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
There were some weird ones in there. I am going to perhaps surprise you and vote for Doug Vaughn's Oil Boy.
I like the Milk Mustache.
I'm going Oil Boy.
Paul Harvey milk mustache is one that is heating and cooling. Some people might go, well, it finished 2-2. I have control of Congress, and therefore I was able to force the legislation through. Time for me to go talk open with Riz and Stalter on the from the Fast Lane and the Riz Show on the Spread Zone, presented to you by FanDuel. That'll be up on YouTube and on the TMA and 101 ESPN podcast feeds, along with the Riz Show was a podcast feed and YouTube channel. The Open getting underway here in about 12 hours in Northern Ireland. BK and Ferrario getting underway here in about 5 minutes on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.